Gravity is nominated for Best Film. It's the story of how George Clooney would rather float away into space and die than spend one more minute with a woman his own age.
So, you know, a lot of sexual harassment stuff in the news. I couldn't help but notice a very disturbing pattern emerging, which is that many of the predators are Jews.
Philadelphia, the critically acclaimed story of one man's fight against prejudice.
Philadelphia action figures.
You've got AIDS! You're fired! No, you're fired! Fire!
Come on, man, ice me. Give him ice.
Want some ice? I'll go get you some ice.
Depp! Greco!
The kids at Jump Street.
See you later, Mom.
See you later. Bye.
Aquaman. Glad you could make it.
I brought some shrimp.
Baba Ganoush?
Hey, lighten up, Captain Hairdo. You're the one who talks like this, okay?
Actually, I'm here to ask a question.
Well, if I get the right answer, you take your top off. Papa Fooey, get in here, will you? Come on. Got something to ask. Yeah. Come on.
I'm here to say that I think that 90% of Saturday Night Live sucks. And he says, I hope Cody grows up to be like a gay senator or something. And
I'm going to have a quick latte with Bruce Boxleitner. I hope I'm back in time to see future stars. You don't understand. I need this drink. I'm a caveman, and I'm frightened by your strange flying machine.
Dear, I mean, after all, you're gay.
Sit your convicted felon ass down. Get your hands off the white girl. You're gonna get us all killed in here.
Hey, don't fill up on your peanuts. Put your second bag away. Then when you get to your rent-a-car, you got a nice surprise.
We're so glad you cleaned up. Don't go chasing waterfalls.
If you only see one film the rest of your life, it should be Mickey Blue Eyes.
Oh, I'm afraid not too well. The doctors aren't too optimistic. Thank you.
That's a bitch. Down low. Give me a soft little one down here.
What?
And who is the funniest man alive? You guessed it, Frank Stallone.
Now I know what different feels like. Okay. Hi-ya!
Oh, Bruce Lee!
Hey! Hey!
Go, Bruce!
I met you 6 months ago. You could have saved my marriage, okay? Right? You're the man.
I was the man. Spin mode, Gary.
Well done, Gary. The planetoid is safe again.
Go!
Now what's everybody looking at?
He wished his parents would get back together?
No, he didn't. Father was able to be more understanding with his wife, and she stopped busting his balls.
You're gonna miss my loving.
Let's make love tonight.
Buddy, where do you think you're going?
For a little spin, I got a little drunk driving to do.
Get this dead mother out of here. And what one of you nurses has got a mask?
Russell Simmons got the emergency room jam.
It's an ecological nightmare. I think Mr. Dole and company are going to ignore this particular problem until it swims up behind you and bites you in the ass.
Damn, Natalie, you a crazy chick.
You shut the up and suck my bust 2 pounds like gushers, mother. Pull up on NBC and smack it down. Just suck the
Richard Grieco. The heat has faded, but he seems to still have that certain look on his face that needs to be wiped off.
Holy Lord, when I used to watch him on 21 Jump Street, he would make me so angry it was like I was on steroids.
Can't have a
Our topic is sassy, and I have to ask Christian, what makes you so sassy?
Well, you know, clean living and dirty thinking.
Sprechen Sie sassy?
With plenty of laughs for the entire family.
Where is my hat? Where is it? Is this the hat you were looking for?
Think we can take him, Ace?
I think we can. What's everybody looking at? Nothing!
Hi, I'm Patrick Swayze. I know you can't see or hear me, but if there was just some way I could tell you I'll be hosting Saturday Night Live. I love you.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
I'm all out of hope. One more bad dream can bring a fall. When I'm far from home, don't call me on the phone and tell me you're alone. It's easy to deceive, it's easy to leave, but hard to release. Eyes without a face, got no human grace. Your eyes without a face. When you hear the music, you make a dip into someone else's pocket, then make a slip. Steal a car, go to Las Vegas. Ooh, gigolo pool, hanging out on the state line, turning holy water into wine, drinking it down. Ooh, I'm on a bus on a psychedelic trip, reading murder books, trying to stay hip. I'm thinking you're out there, so say your prayers. Say your prayers, say your prayers. Now I close my eyes and I wonder why I don't despise. Now all I can do, love wasn't once so alive and new. But it's gone from your eyes, I better realize. Eyes without a face, we got no human race. Your eyes without a face.
Anyway.
Welcome everyone.
Thank you.
Before I forget, go ahead, David.
Thank you. That's the show. Good night, everybody.
I know. Are we
That was
able to talk yet?
That was Letterman's big joke, right? He goes, good night, everyone.
Good night. Good
30
night, Mom.
seconds
and
later.
Dads.
Yeah.
All right.
I want to ask you guys, what did you think of that? So we brought that Tina Fey, George Clooney joke is maybe my favorite joke in the history of all award show
I love
monologues.
that joke. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of my favorites. They did another one when he was actually there another year where he had just gotten married to Amal Clooney, and Tina Fey was detailing like she's a human rights activist and she's one of Nobel Prize and she's done this. So tonight her husband is being honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Oh, I almost put that in there. Yes, I almost put that in. I was very much not on the chopping block. I was going to put it in with it. And next, you're right. That was a fantastic joke at the same time.
Good Clooney jokes. Yeah.
You know what's great about? Well, he became their. I guess it was like a recurring target. You know how Ricky Gervais went after Depp a lot on those shows, and it became so it was an ongoing thing with Tina Fey and Amy Poehler and Clooney. I think they did 4 different jokes about him. Which I'm not saying was sacrilegious, but like, why him? And God, I remember watching. It's called Gravity, that movie, and so Clooney's in the movie, and you're going, "Oh, what a heroic." But you're saying to yourself at the same time, you're going, why did he have to make that sacrifice? So they're acting like the real George Clooney, the worst thing he could ever be sentenced with is to be with a woman that's within 5 years of his own age.
Right.
And it's as if that's the real George Clooney in the movie, which is just such a great joke.
I saw that movie in like an OmniMax theater and I had to take a Dramamine. Like it was too much. It was overstimulation. You really have to adjust to the VR kind of experience of it.
It did well too.
Yeah,
it won awards and I made a lot of money and it's crazy. Did you ever see that, Bond? Gravity? That's what you love space. You love space. You love just all things.
Yeah, I would have. I did. I didn't like it.
What was your problem with it? Not enough Aussie accents?
Boring.
It is boring.
Wow.
It definitely is. Yeah.
It's moody.
It was just boring. But I watched it with a buddy, and my buddy, because I love space, you're right, and my buddy turned to me during it and said, "Oh, are they like really flying fast out there?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, they're flying like 25,000 miles. Well, I'll change it to miles an hour out there."
He's got to dumb it down for America.
And he was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's like crazy shit." So that was the most. I still remember telling him about that. That was the most exciting part of the movie. Was me telling him
what a kilometer is. Bond. Yeah.
Do you get bitter that all the international Americans going into space? It should be Australia. It should be some other country. It's always Americans.
No, I love what you do for space. No,
I don't. I would cut the space budget.
I could go into a little speech. Look, you guys give your budget for space is probably about 20 billion a year, 25, and I've said before on this show, give me some of your military spending and add that to space. So you're spending nearly $1 trillion a year on your military budget, and all space can get is 20 billion. That's sad to me.
We can't get our shit together here. You're laughing at us in Australia. We're going to set up Viper. We're going to set up Viper rooms on Saturn now. We can't. We don't deserve to be here. We don't, because if I was another planet, I'd be like, no, Elon Musk is not coming to this planet. Stay home. Stay the fuck on planet Earth. You're not coming here. I mean, immediately.
So River Phoenix can overdose on a Martian speedball.
Oh, that's classic David there.
That's a really funny sketch you just wrote. The Space Viper Room, the Viper Room on Saturn. Oh, that's so funny. But I understand, but Christ's sake, until we get our humanitarian shit down here, don't go to space. We don't deserve it. We don't deserve it.
No. Just like the military budget, take some of your.
I don't need the military. You think I need the military protecting me? I don't need their help. I don't need that protecting me.
Fix all of your health care and all of that with, just a small percentage of your military budget a year. You get spending $1 trillion a year. Just throw 200 billion into your healthcare and all of that for 1 year, and you'll be able to fix it.
It should all go to Sarah. I assign you two with a new Doge. That would make me happy if you two with a new Doge. Housey football. No, I have more definition than he does, Housey, than Kevin McHale. See, I did steal his post-up moves, though. I will say. I wasn't a huge fan of his, but who could not deny how brilliant a post-up game he had? Horrible passer. Actually, he was the third leading. Actually, Larry Bird averaged 3 more rebounds a game than McHale did. He because he played with Parrish and McHale, he's kind of a Parrish and Bird. He's kind of a mediocre rebounder, but a black hole as a passer and couldn't handle. But absolutely one of the best low post players in the history of the game, and quite a wingspan. Definitely Frank Stallone. The archives has been on a roll lately. Definitely sassy.
Wait till you.
Yeah. Sorry,
go, David.
Go,
David.
Go ahead, Casey. Go ahead, Casey.
David.
Yeah. Everyone talk at once. Okay. So, the Frank Stallone runner in Norm's Weekend Update is one of my favorite things of all times.
Are you an old comedy guy? Look at you with the nomenclature. Runner? I thought you were a musician. You're using comedy. Look at you. There is a comedy guy lurking inside. Without a doubt, if I had like a comedy writing staff, I would hire you in a second. You and Bon Jovial as the head writers. The way the people don't realize the Dana Carvey show, when it not spun off SNL, but it was almost like the best of the best of the best. It was like Colbert, Steve Carell, Louis C.K., Robert Smigel with Carvey. Wow. And Elon Gold played Howard on that. I don't know why they didn't bring that back on the streaming service.
Tone Cot, thanks, man. Look at this. Australia is a bit behind in technology. They just introduced the horseless carriage 20 years ago. Wow. That's so shitty. That's great, though. You want Tone Cot on your writing team, John, as well. That's just the driest sarcasm.
Everybody in here,
loving it.
Some great witticisms in here. This is with that. It's perfect timing. Here's Bon Jovial's intro.
She's always been an ice queen, that one.
Captain Boomerang, you old son of a wallaby.
Well, at least he didn't make me eat my own laser kaleidoscope. That's.
They call me Pyro. In the mood for a hot date?
In a bullseye. Have to believe we are magic.
Australia is a wonderful island with a treasure trove of unique plants, animals, and people.
That's alive. It has to be protected.
Australia is free of many pests and diseases that are commonplace around the world.
That's a sign of aggression. You can see how she's got her mouth slightly ajar. She's got her teeth showing.
Declare everything and go into Australia.
Let's let you know you want a mankind.
She's always been an ice queen, that one.
Captain Boomerang, you old son of a wallaby.
You recognize that last voice? That was Mark Hamill.
That's
playing
right.
Trickster. I swear to God. Yep, you can tell it's him.
That Johnny and Amber talking about Australia clip, I want to see the full thing. So that it just makes me laugh so much. They look like there's guns pointed at them off camera. Like,
have we ever fully gone over that on the Deppening? Like,
if you have, I don't remember it.
From A to Z. I think Sarah definitely has, but I'm wondering if we just fixated on it for like an hour.
I kind of want to do that just because. What is the content? Like, were they paid to be spokespeople for Australia, or
no? That was about bringing their dogs here.
You know the
video
story?
they
You know the
made
story, David?
saying they're sorry about that.
Tell him, Bon.
Oh, he doesn't know the story.
It shocks me too. I can't believe you don't know.
I thought everybody knew that. Oh, jeez. Oh,
Bon, before you go into it, I will say this. It seemed like that story almost didn't get enough traction. It almost like came and went. Like, I remember thinking, where did it go? Remember it would like vanish and would come back. So I feel like it didn't get fixated on enough. But go ahead, tell me.
It was a huge story, and it's very simple. They came here for the pirates, and they didn't declare their dogs, David. They went through the VIP rich people, and then they when they left, we found out and we banned them.
Interesting. Okay,
and so they were doing a thing where like he wanted to, they kind of said, well, I don't care who you are, you're going to give us an apology. And then he had this ongoing feud. What's your prime minister's name again?
I can't even remember which one it was at that time, because we have elections every 3 years, not 4, which is so stupid. So it just changes. It feels like we're having one in a month. We're having another election.
So he was
like I'm electing a prick every few years.
He was lobbing cruise missiles at Depp and Heard from Australia. And they were going back and forth. Depp went on Kimmel and threatened him. I don't know if you remember that.
Really?
No,
yeah.
I don't.
Depp
I never
went on
saw
Kimmel
that.
show and threatened him.
Good.
While they were still together, I swear to God.
Like I've said before, you think Johnny Depp's dogs are going to have any issues? You're crazy. They're probably the most looked after dogs in the world. They're immunized. They've got their vaccinations. They got everything. It was so bizarre. It was all over the news. I thought everybody knew about it though. But
maybe the prime minister got wind of Amber's dad running dog fights, and
oh, that never came up. That's really funny. That's really funny. That's an obscure. So Amber Heard's dad. That's a great poll by you. Is a Michael Vick style dog fighter in Texas, and that came out of the transcript, and that never got brought up in the whole Australia thing.
That's weird. That's crazy.
Yeah, I love Johnny Depp going on Kimmel, like Jerry Seinfeld, attacking the author who.
Oh, that's a great comparison by you. Oh, that's Debbie. You know that story about Seinfeld stole a cooking book from the civilian? His wife did, and so the civilian came out and threatened to sue him and said, "This is fucking hacked. Stole my." The book is, in order to get kids to eat vegetables, you would grind up broccoli and say, "Put it in a brownie." Right. And that's how you get kids to eat their vegetables. So Seinfeld's wife stole the book, and she like verbatim recipes. And then the woman sued him. So Seinfeld went on Letterman to smear her in a national audience, like a bully would, like an absolute weasel bully would.
And it's very much like how he trashed Bobcat Goldthwait, like just relentless name. Like it's a dark side to him. You know, he's
whoever's more famous has more of an opportunity and forum and access to bash the other person. It's almost like using
the
money.
condition of craving and chewing ice is called pagophagia. So it's PAGOPHAGIA.
A+ sound drop on. A+. Did not see that coming.
Anyway.
It's Chauncey hanging with Rosie O'Donnell. Speaking of Chauncey, I can't believe you said that. Chauncey Hayden, here we go. Welcome, sir. April Fools, everyone.
Oh, that's great.
I improvise an April Fool's joke. I swear to God. I feel like the jig is up. Like you had A. Smith in the beginning of this. I'm talking about everyone's talking about April Fool's Day. So I'm like, I'm not going to even. I have an April Fool's Day Howard Stern crazy classic moment that we never bring up that I remember like vividly. I asked Sarah in text if she remembered it, and she vaguely does. I don't know if either of you ever heard it. Let me just say hi to the people in chat. We'll go right into that. Tonecut says, before you guys go, I have a Depp Feldman connection. I'm going to write Corey Feldman, by the way, on Instagram, and I'm going to start trouble with him. I'm going to show him articles on like Beachy Coldclea and Roman Polanski and stuff. Seriously, and I'm going to have him just go nuts. Like I'm going to start this huge feud. I just have to figure out an angle. I'm going to kiss his ass. I'm going to like fake kiss his ass.
Oh yeah. Just give him enough kindling to start a fire over why Depp is a bad person.
Look at you with kindling and castor oil references, like a 200-year-old would. Speaking of 200 years old, this is David's opening. Let me get rid of it. I always leave the comment. Kevin Federline. Well, I have a Depp was in First Nightmare. His 5-time water skiing champion, Freddie Cruz. What? Is a real water skiing champion, or is it fucking Robert England? Feldman stars in Meatballs. That's he's doing like the Kevin Bacon game. That's really funny. Yeah, that's excellent. I do that all the time. I can do that with Depp almost like anybody. I love it. Here we go. So here's Davies.
All the guys from my barbershop quartet are dead.
What we got was an expensive boondoggle.
Just as long as the river finds its way to the sea, as long as the robin sings his song from a tree, that's how long I will love you until eternity.
I'm 95. I'm not dead.
You like that?
Wow.
You like that addendum?
I love it. Yeah. I'm not dead, and don't you forget it.
He's not even born yet. He's that young. John, I am taking over your show.
Oh, boy.
Not if Sarah has anything to say about it.
Well, I'm taking. Well, she had something to say about it, John. John, the reason we're here. On April 1st, 2015, a star was born. John, a native of Long Island.
I was called the Long Island accented Big Mouth.
You are.
Made his debut as Howard Stern Know-It-All.
So say hi, Arm, to everyone.
I get special guest status on Come and Rock Me at the end of the Melrose credit.
Yes, you're on every part. Yeah. You're ever present. So
He specialized in blowing the roof off the dump.
Speaking of Big Black, let me just read what Beanie Max is here.
you're an asshole.
With straight shooting opinion, comedy, satire, and a relentless pursuit for evidence of male pattern balding, Arm represents the everyman, whilst also being a respected leader.
During 9/11, even though I was in Brooklyn, I pretended that I was in the Pentagon.
Arm's antics made him a standout. So much so that at one point he even found himself being courted by one of Stern's most infamous douchebags.
I asked Arm a question. Why don't you respond to my DMs? Why not? I had an easier time getting in touch with Trump.
On very rare occasions, he stumbled.
But Gary Puppet, I'm sorry about your father, man. Rest in peace.
What? What are you talking about?
Gary Puppet's father passed away.
What? He just had a birthday yesterday.
Oh,
what are you talking about?
I thought.
I'm sorry that I'm laughing, Gary.
I had a Robin. Uncle Larry says I had a Robin Quivers moment.
You literally.
I got to fire my interns. Josie Wales is right. Gary Puppet. Arm meant well.
Gary Puppet said I just shit my shorts.
But he never lets these things keep him down.
Great point by, and this is classic, Sizzle Chest. So Sizzle Chest 69 says, send down the man who...
I'm gonna get a clip of John saying Sizzle.
Send down the man who doesn't touch his own mouth.
Classic Sizzle Chest.
Also made it clear that he wanted us to know about his interests.
Just like a great athlete, you don't get your best performances until after 1 p.m.
His theories.
I got a spin-off idea. How about Wonky Eye for the Straight Guy?
And his deepest thoughts.
And there's nothing wrong with a big forehead. It gives people character, and I have no problem with it at all.
His emotions sometimes got the better of him.
Wait, like, I've never been part of the fan club that thinks that Howard wears a wig. I think
yes, you do.
No, I really don't.
But we understood where he was coming from.
How lazy are these actors? This is Jessica Chastain. Molly Bloom's hair is she's a brunette. It's raven hair. She's black hair. Dye your hair black. She's not a redhead. We know you're using the name. Just put a wig on. The easiest thing in the world to do. And if your red hair doesn't work here, go f*** yourself. Just change the hair color to what it's supposed to be. It drives me mental.
With the penchant for vaudeville-style act-outs and throaty renditions of classic hits, John has won over listeners from day one.
I am familiar with sarcasm. As the notorious B.I.G. said, more gigabytes, more problems. You can't have enough space. My wife, she's a real pain in the ass. I screamed that out the window when I drove by.
In 2021, he successfully pivoted and diversified by founding the only podcast dedicated to the life and times of John Christopher Depp II.
I called the guy the most charismatic human being and/or actor entertainer in the history of mankind. He is the top one percentile, maybe the number one chameleon actor that can straddle the line between leading man and character actor.
A robust Patreon endeavor has also been warmly accepted by John's fans. Of recent, 2024 saw the start of a new venture, a Howard Stern-related podcast entitled Lotus Notes.
Because I want respect. Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found.
In conclusion, there are many men named John, but there's only one John Arm. Congratulations on 10 fucking years.
There we go.
And the jerk off to myself continues as I post my middle school of the year official award for Bon Jovial to see. I had no idea that was coming. I almost, it's what you guys did. Did not that you need it. Did Bon Jovial write you a script to tag team voice over that?
Yeah, I mean he did. I tried to read it in my soothing David voice as much as possible. But
it's
yeah.
crazy how he went back to 2000. This is 10 years.
10 years today.
Started. Yeah, that was 10 years ago. That is so. And there's Bon Jovi's got all his receipts. The Small Wonder reference. Like I don't remember half of that. That's how you know you've been doing it this long. If you don't remember your own.
We had a plan. We were talking about it weeks ago, and David's been very busy, so I wanted David to do the whole thing. I was the voiceover, but he was too busy, so that happened, and we actually we came up with a plan the other day, and I'm going to show you right now how we tricked you.
Yes.
So look at this. I said to David, let's we got to try and get it on the exact day.
Right.
And so I said to David,
before you go on, my prediction as Sarah was, she goes, they got something in store for you. And I go, let me guess. And she let me guess. If I got it right, she was going to go, they're going to get Grace to come on the show. I really thought that you were going to get Grace to come on the show.
I wanted that a while ago.
Yeah.
But not yet. But that would have been.
That would have been great.
That would have been. Now you've made me wish. I wish
okay.
I could bring Grace on right now and George Hayden right now.
Dude, Arm, this is your life, you know.
I know that's what it kind of was. But see, this is what I said to David. I said I'm gonna say, I'll say to John that I can only do Monday or Tuesday. See, look here.
We sometime next week. I haven't decided what it's gonna be, but if you want to come, my nephew is going to be sitting in on a 21 Jump Street.
See, then you got me worried because I said to David, okay, so I'll say Monday or Tuesday, and David say just Tuesday, and John will just lock in Tuesday. So we thought we had you here, and you're going to hear David lying to you, John,
Watch
right
along.
now.
The football episode.
Look at this.
If you do next week, I'm good Tuesday. I probably can't do Monday. But,
okay.
Again, don't worry about it.
That's about that's about the biggest lie David will ever tell in his entire life.
I know.
He'll never tell another one. Yeah.
He was a bit cautious, but then you started talking about this Deppening with your nephew, and then I was like, oh no. And then I was like, I don't know what day, because you weren't going to lock it in, and then I knew that I had to go to the one person who can always get things done, and of course that's this girl. Right, so I was like, I was concerned. I'll just take it off. We know, and I was concerned, and I told her, and she said, I'm on it.
She made the video too. She was either the first or second one-on-one Monique ever did when they used to have the one-on-one interviews with people from the forum. And she had a 45-minute, I said make it 48 like an NBA game, might be 48. And it was either one or two. So I don't know if you can find that anywhere. It was probably the same year, I bet.
Mm-hmm. And
you did find it.
And within 24 hours, she had you locked in for today.
Yeah. But I would have.
And
I think I was driving towards that anyway.
But folks, this is it. This is 10 years of John. Does anyone in the chat want to start the standing ovation? And if you're listening to this later and the show's finished and it's not live, please leave a comment about John for 10 years. Give us your thoughts about everything you've enjoyed. Give us some of your favorite moments about John in the comments for this show, because this is 10 years to the date.
Also,
John,
donate $10 for 10 years if you want.
That's
give us your money. Do you want to hit that now, John? Might as well.
Yeah, I was gonna do it too. Oh, you're gonna hit. Am I hitting it? Or you?
Oh, I thought you were gonna hit it. I'm sorry, I should have hit it. I forgot.
Dueling grifters.
Who's proselytizing?
Yeah.
Right.
Dueling grifters. That's great. God, I thought. Well, I guess I'll hit it. Oh, you hit it. You hit it when you're ready. But
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think Arm spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sarah man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
I mean, that's awesome. I mean, I don't think you realize, and you're a pretty humble guy, as a matter of fact. I don't think you both are, actually, how good that video was. I was almost like a gape, where I didn't know where to start to comment on it, because things and
I
references
love hearing you
kept-
when you're a gape. You go. You lose it. I love it
I
when you're
fight
a
it.
gape. Like
I
with
fight
that
it because you can't
with-
do that on the show, but
with
you have to
that,
like know you're in this like vapor lock, and you're like, okay, there's no way I'm gonna.
And I will,
Go ahead.
Bond made the video. Like I did that voiceover. It took me 1 minute, so it's really Bond's efforts. I don't.
That would be funny if you just took credit though for the whole thing. That would be
Yeah, I made
great.
the whole thing.
That's
Sure.
what Howard does. That's what Howard does,
It's
right?
true.
Anytime there was like a prank call or anything good on it, he would
Totally.
take credit for what everybody else did. That's what
Yeah.
Howard does.
No,
Why
and
stopped it? But that was so good. Like,
it's great.
obviously,
yeah.
you're going to release that individually. That's not me. I've already finished to that twice on here. You're going to
But
release
what was that
individually.
like? What was that like to watch when you realized, oh God, it is 10 years and you see all that stuff coming up? Do you go, God, it feels like 10 years, or
No,
it
it
feels
doesn't
like
feel like
15?
10 years. It feels like 3 years. Feels
Yeah,
like 3
because
years.
it's such a different way now. Like back then in that first year, what you were doing, you didn't even start playing clips until halfway through 2015.
You gotta
guys
remember
were
too,
just
StreamYard didn't come
explaining
along
to everyone. Yeah.
until
That was an
19?
MP3 that you
Yeah.
made, and you uploaded it to just like Apple Podcasts and stuff. And in those 2015 shows, after a few months, Monique's excited because 80 people watched it.
Yeah.
That's it.
You don't know who's going to
She's-
flock to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it started off in such a humble way. And halfway through that year, you actually started being, the first few months of shows, you're explaining to everyone what Howard said. You're not even playing the clip of him. So it's still more very you had to be very more creative about how you talked about it. And
Very true.
And the sound quality was just insanely atrocious.
Well,
And
that was my
it's so
biggest nightmare,
strange.
Bond. You played my biggest nightmare of how I'm so staunchly against whisper speaking and enunciating. My biggest nightmare is somebody plays closed captions under myself speaking, and you did that there. So, the first I was on a
Oh,
cell phone.
that's so
No, I was on a
funny.
cell phone from a bad signal, and you can't even. It's like the old joke about talking into a clamshell or whatever. And
Right.
that was what it was. You couldn't, and you rightfully put closed captions underneath me.
Oh, you could barely make it out. And it's so funny in that clip where you talk, if people listen to it again later, and you stop talking and there's like a digital interference and it goes in your voice. Like that happened quite a lot. Like you talk and then your voice would go in the background, and you guys were so used to it. It's you could bear. And I tried to fix that up so you could sort of hear what you were saying, but not really. But it was so much worse on the original MP3, and it's really strange because after the first show you did, you got all these negative comments from people going, "The audio's terrible," and then the second show you did was absolutely perfect sound. And then every show after the second show was back to awful, awful, awful again. And I couldn't work it out. I was like, the second show sounded fantastic, but it was crazy.
We owe this all to Chet Hayes, Chester Hanks, for threatening Howard's life, because that precipitated the show for the first time. That's going to be a new AI thing I'm going to have read. Tom Hanks' son, Chet Hayes, Chester Hanks, got so tired of Howard shitting on him from afar, he eventually lost it. He had like this drug problem, and he threatened his life. And this article got picked up. I sent it to his tweet to Adam Levy from the Daily Mail, and everybody else, all the other online publications drafted onto him. And it was this huge, huge story, like 20 different publications did. And Howard blew it off and did for months and months until it went away. Because you have the biggest movie star in the history of mankind's son threatening to kill you, and he didn't mention it on his own show,
right?
With all the people he has Googling him himself.
Meanwhile, like Marcy's trying to book Tom Hanks, like this unsolvable puzzle of how do we book Tom Hanks but not talk about his son threatening your life? And
I mean, that was. Do you remember that thing I played with him? Howard and Kimmel were whispering to each other about guests Howard had a mea culpa with, and he wanted to book him to apologize.
Yeah,
there's no question Hanks was one of them. I had this argument with Monique on the show, and I remember I get pretty raged at how ignorant she was to that. And I was like, there was no question he was one of them, and Billy Crystal was another one.
Yeah, I remember the Billy Crystal one. Yeah,
I love it how peeved you got with her.
I was a pit bull with that.
How about when
she was so gleefully goldfish brained ignorant to it, and it just drove right to my very forehead vein.
Oh, she'd take the contrarian, like in that clip. She suddenly decides to announce that she never thought Howard wore
I know. I was thinking that too.
You there. That's what I loved about you. You're just like, no, you don't. You're just like, what is this? And I'm going to show everybody something that's just going to cap off everything we just saw. And this is so... I know I said I was going to quit this, but how could I quit this when I've got this? Look at this.
If we can find any skinny on him. I did want to quickly mention the Stuttering John boondoggle that's going on right now.
What?
Moondog. And all that stuff. And
have a look at that.
Moondog.
Look at that. She says it. This is September 2023. And
You're
see
amazing.
John's reaction. See John's reaction there. I love it when John does this.
The Stuttering John boondoggle that's going on right now. And
Moondog.
John, I love it when John's brain sends a signal to his mouth, and it's just that he loved the sound of that word, so his mouth just opens and he says, boondoggle.
I don't even remember that. Here we are. This is David's like callback thing all the time.
I know.
I don't even remember this. I swear I don't remember it.
I love that your avatar is Pat Menachia, Mr. Julia Roberts. For what reason?
Let's have a look at that. Where is it?
I love that. I love that avatar.
You all came up. I got so confused after a while. Every time you'd come on, you had this different name, and so half of them I never heard of. So I'd go and Google, and then I'd be like, "Oh, so that's what this is." You had this. You must have been. Every single show you had different names, and they all meant something to the show. It was so. Isn't that amazing? Boondoggle again. We can't get it out of our lives, can we?
It's a good word.
This is great. And the worst part is we didn't even label this show. You couldn't do it. You couldn't label this show a 10-year anniversary because you would blow up your spot.
Right. Yeah.
You almost could later on do it.
We'll change it in post. Right.
You can change it in post. Right. Welcome to Marriott. Good guy. If there's one person who jerked off to this more than I did, Ron, it's the good guy. If you have a super fan, it's this guy. This guy is.
I hope I have many now, John. I hope I have a few.
You deserve to.
Oh, talk about sucking at Twitter and X. I looked at my followers, and I barely I've only got like, I think it's less than 200, and
At
I
least
was
you're not.
getting
At least you're not
excited.
suspended. At least you're not
Well,
suspended like I
want
am.
you to. That's your problem. I want you to fight it, and you won't, and that annoys
I have
me.
written. I have written 2 things.
Oh,
down.
okay.
Pretty
I thought
contrite.
you
I'm gonna,
said the other week you weren't going to fight it,
No,
and I was like, you
no.
have to fight it. I need my arm back. You're so
you know what's
famous
crazy?
on there.
I was there before he was. I was on Twitter before Elon was. I was there first. As I think about it,
Right.
who this is crazy. This is crazy.
We got to pull some Amber Heard dirt to like, con him into letting you back on.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm the Democrats right now, and you want to take him down, you wheel out Depp and you wheel out Amber Heard, and you just let them fucking fly with all the dirt they have on him. I don't know why they haven't done it. Do I have to be the Democrat? Do I have to run the whole campaign? Me and Jasmine Crockett? Do I have to do that?
Do that. And Tamara Arm is not dying.
It's always
He's
a
fine.
brotherhood type of thing.
He's
Speaking
fine,
of
you're
Jasmine
right.
Crockett, there she is. Tamara, I have a question. I want you to be on here for it. I don't want to waste it on it. It's about to do with has to do with cookouts, and I know you know this because watching a video last night from Harlem. A guy from England went to Harlem on all the different sites, and he was walking around, and he, the walk around videos, and he went to the worst parts of Harlem in the South Bronx. And he runs into 2 black guys outside St. John's Pentecostal Church on Malcolm X Boulevard. And he asked them where the best restaurant was. And the guy says, well, this one place is the food is amazing, but you're going to want to go to sleep afterwards. So if Tamara, you're in the chat and you hear this, what is the black slang for eating so much food at a cookout or a buffet or a soul food place, and then you want to take a nap? It is the worst word in the black community / and itis at the end.
David, any thoughts?
If she'll sign off on that. I want her on it. I want her on.
You have to admit you're the armchairiest of armchair psychiatrists. Thank you.
Okay. If people don't know what that is, that's an amazing sound drop on Jovial. Probably thinks no one's going to give him the credit he deserves for that. That's Dennis Miller in 1992, and he uses my name. Not that this has nothing to do with me, obviously, nothing, but that's a play on, obviously. And so Dennis, Howard's psychoanalyzing Dennis and his plight in show business and Robin, and he says that's the armchair psychologist. It's a good line. I cannot believe
you have to admit you're the armchairiest of armchair psychiatrists. Thank you.
I can't believe you isolated that.
You told me to. You demanded. You said, "Oh, we need a clip of that, Bon," and I said, "I'm on it, Mon Capitan."
John's cracking the whip on Bon behind the scenes.
But I do this for you because it's 10. Can everybody in the chat just write 10 effing years?
That's what your video skills are. Like David's.
And how about David saying 10 effing years? I knew I had to write that. I wrote that in email. I said, I'm not sure if you feel comfortable saying the F word, but it'd be really funny for John.
And I got time on the show. I thought I did.
No, but you don't with that aggression. Did you hear that aggression at the end? He said 10. And I put distortion on it and turned it into 9 Inch Nails. 10 effing years.
Bon Jovial lives for you. Or anybody he loves when people get angry. So that's his first priority is to find that. But you breaking character in some way, you breaking the even-tempered facade that you've cultivated over the years.
And that's what we need to bring that up, because what the hell was going on with you last week? Look at this guy.
About your fucking comments.
But
okay.
Again, don't worry about me.
Look at this guy.
Stop talking about your fucking comments. You got to stop jerking off to your own comments. I gotta play this. I don't have time to read every fucking syllable you write in that chat. You got to stop. You got to stop jerking off to your own comments in there.
What was going on?
You know what I
at this. Yeah, go.
I said, you know what I love and hate about that? The thing maybe both. Is I sound like Ringo Starr talking to his fans about not writing them too much fan letters.
You sound like Howard attacking me for bringing joy to your show. Listen to the tone here.
Ron, stop talking about your fucking comments.
That's brutal. And what I love at the same time is that Sarah gets pissed off with your mate Brendan, who I named when I was in the chat. I was very proud of myself because I named Brendan Ralph to your Howard, John. He's your friend.
No, that's not like that.
He's your mate. He can do anything he wants. He can come in, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. And look, Sarah's fighting with him.
Fuji, wrap this up. How dare you? Look, Sarah and Brendan were the same person going at it here. That was she wasn't serious there. She's kidding with that.
And see here now I give you I explained to you in the chat that no, I wrote you're not going to put up my comments. I didn't say you had to. I just said now he's ignoring my comments, and then you were playing
thought
about it for a few minutes.
You were playing chicken
No,
with me. Like you would if you put my comments up, they would like your comments would somehow kick my ass or something if I put them.
I don't think you did because I was just riffing. It wasn't aggressive at all.
Oh
and
no,
I think you thought about it for a few minutes, and then you felt slightly bad. And listen to what you said. Look,
I'll ignore that last one. I'm going to ignore the last one if you explain yourself. Everyone, give thumbs up for Arm doing a great show. And on a front, thank you, Bond. Thank you.
See, now you'll interrupt the show and put my comments up. You interrupted the whole show. You said you didn't want to do it, but it's okay because this works for you.
Like and subscribe, please. The premise of your comments was to start a Sarah ball busting bit you wanted to do, bit-a-thon. And you wanted to stoke her, and I wasn't. We're trying to get her to make. We're trying to get you to be civil again, and you're trying to stoke her with your comments.
But it wasn't about her.
She will not bend to that. She will not.
They won't. But we're back. She's following me on Twitter again. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
We're back.
I gotta read. I gotta read about that on the.
And I told her I love her in the messages.
Dance papers. But that Bond, that was great.
I told her I love her. I know. I heard him.
Let me finish.
I was trying to finish.
Happy 10th anniversary, everybody.
Happy.
But we're back, and I love you for getting John to do this show on a Tuesday, Sarah. I love you. I love you. I told her I was going to say I love you about 50 times. I love this girl because I said to her, I don't know if you're going to be able to get him to do it on the Tuesday. And she replied to me, and I quote, she said, do you not understand how much power I have? That's what she said. And I said, no, I do. Trust me, I do.
I know you don't follow comic books that well, but there's a character in DC Comics named Amanda Waller, and she's sort of like
me to this.
She has this sort of je ne sais quoi.
Amanda, what?
Amanda Waller.
What, John? Amanda Waller. David, what is this? Yes, and she does what, John?
And she is as intimidating as Sarah is. She has that same thing where she won't bend, she won't crack. You cannot.
She's cracked. We're back.
It doesn't mean she cracked. You could lose that in a nanosecond.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that, but I'll try and be careful. Oh, I need to point this out. The whale problem from the start of the year, that suspension is over. Just a few days ago, I set a calendar, 90 days. It's over. It never happened.
Well,
it has no bearing on this channel anymore. So I'm free to be me again.
Well, and to your defense, the fact that you could write, or all of us, to that horrible effing company about this irrelevant, antiquated, what was it? What's the word we're looking for? When you statute of limitations video, that could have any sway or power. That's how fucked up Google is or YouTube is, that they would be bullied by that.
It's the company.
That's what the company bullied YouTube in order to pull that off.
Well, they
take a stand on nothing. And they should be like, no, I'm not going to. They should be like going, I'm not capitulating to a 50-year-old video. I'm not doing it.
It's the people who own it. It gets so many views. It had like 5 million views that they want money for it. So let's do the same thing then. If we have something that gets 1 million views and then your buddy Fillmore takes it and puts it up. And imagine if he was getting it monetized, getting millions a year, you'd be like, I'm going to kick his effing ass. We blew up a whale and it cost so much money to blow up a whale. And now Fillmore's taking it. All right, you know what I mean, and I know what you mean.
Yeah,
as
I would.
Well.
Yes, I'd put him in a
We
single
both know
force
what.
lane for
But
stealing.
look at
Even
I love
stealing,
you, Sarah.
you know,
Sarah, I love you.
quite
I
frankly,
love
which is
you
the biggest
so
basic
much.
bitch name on the whole page.
I want to know about her hair, what it's like now. Can we get like a current photo of Sarah? That's just what I'm thinking.
Oh
No,
God,
here we
Barbara
go.
Drush, remember that? That was the ice machine broke and I had a panic attack. That was legitimate. I remember sweating.
I
and
don't
everything.
remember that. When did
Yeah.
that happen? Barbara, do you know what year and month it was?
I'm sure she's as obsessive as we are about when things transpired on the
What
show.
happened, John? The ice machine broke. Tell us.
Yeah, it was I think it was the mini ice machine and I had to switch tacks. I think it was 2018 and I'm getting all this advice about why don't you I think it was Hooper that said, "Motherfucker, why don't you just freeze the ice cubes? Go old school again. You're never going to have to worry about the machine breaking." And I did that.
Yes, that's what I
And I
do.
did that.
Yeah.
You told me though to get those rubber trays and they
Yeah,
are
you got 'em.
amazing. They are
Yeah.
amazing. That
That's
ice
like
cube stays
5 ice
solid for-
cubes in
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, you're so right. You're so right. I
I'm
meant to
so
compliment you on
glad
that.
you got that. I hate. Look, JJ Thrash doesn't. I said Thrash. Thrash doesn't like it when John and I fight.
By the way, great musician right here. I wish you would come on our show because I want to
metalhead.
show you. Yeah, well, I want him to comment
I think
on Depp's
Monique
guitar.
is using his music in the theme song to Gunk at the moment. Isn't that right, JJ? She's pillaged your song. She's making money out of your song. You know that.
Boys in the Hamptons, he did a rendition of it. And it was amazing. He did a death metal rendition of it. It was incredible.
Yeah, I
Incredible.
think I've got some stock metal here. That's got, here, it sounds like this. It's thrash, actually. It's really good. It's kind of like this. That's obviously that's not it, but it sounds
But that's
like
the
that.
tone, yeah.
He would like that, actually. I'm pretty sure. No, it's not mine. He says it's not his. Oh, I thought that song was yours, man. I thought she was like that. Didn't you send that in to the competition?
Oh,
Yeah. He was in
Love
there
that
with
song.
Melvin and Lauren Marie, and it was impossible because they were so. We did our version of the fucking Vinnie Favale Restless contest, but used Howard's the Boys in the Hamptons
Yeah.
video.
And people sent in songs
Beautiful
about
day.
Xavier saying they
David
hate the
started
guy.
it. David did his like perfect piano to it, and it was like beautiful and hilarious at the same time. It's like David's doesn't count because he'd win, so we took him out of
Fuck
it.
Bon.
It was also supposed to be the basis of every. I think people used my track as like because it was I wasn't singing in it, so it was kind of like a karaoke track, so people could like sing over it.
Welcome, Johnny Bye, Johnny Meyer, and Johnny My. Johnny Meyer told me he found another call he did for Howard where he was pretending to be a real caller, and I'm gonna have to go after that. And I don't know if you have it, Johnny, but I'd be more than happy to get it for you and send it to you, and then play it again. He had that 10-minute one, which is incredible, and we'll play it again.
It's a rough condition, though, Johnny. It is a rough condition, but she handles it so well, doesn't she?
Yes.
I want to try to get Ryan Houston on the show. I bet I could track him down.
Yes,
How hard
please.
could that be?
How
Zersky,
great was
right?
David's voice entering your tribute there halfway through? His voice comes in and you just go, oh. It's just like, oh, yeah,
Yes.
David. And I loved it how you did this little thing, David, where you said, John Christopher Depp. You did a sing-song little maneuver with your voice. You know what I mean? That's exactly what I was hoping for.
When David first started doing the Deppening, we kind of, it was mandatory that he learn Depp's middle name and that there's a 2 at the end of it. Like it had to be
That's right. I
first
didn't
thing
know.
he learned. Yeah.
I looked it up the other day because I wanted to, and I saw John Christopher Depp, and there's a 2, and I was like, oh, this is perfect. David will be all over this.
It was part of my employee training for the Deppening. When I started.
That's right, and it's paying off, isn't it?
I also wanted
David can't walk down the street now without men and women jumping all over him saying, talk to me softly. All right, I'm going to stop now. I need 10 minutes to calm down. It's been so much
That
So much
you
excitement.
deserve because that was incredible. That is A plus. I swear to God, I might just do. I know it's like complete. You have to go through agents and shit, and I don't give a shit. I'm literally considering sending these videos to your
Yes.
SNL. SNL doesn't deserve you. You're too
Oh,
talented for them.
I would
But
fly
just to
up
see
there
how
in a
if you
heartbeat.
turn that down, you're not interested in talent. If you're interested in marketing Pete Davidson, if you turn that talent down, you have no interest in talent.
I would love to
That's how I
pack
would
up
frame it.
all my shit and go over there to Saturday Night Live and
And I
just
say
make
that because it's the
millions.
only. I mean, obviously there are venues all around the streaming services and shit that do take that, but that's the most mainstream one that would like Robert Smigel. That's who
Oh,
you should be working for.
I appreciate that, but I'm appreciating what Sarah is writing here. And look at this. I will post a current photo tonight in our community tab of my hair from the back for super chats. At least she's honest. I love this girl. Can you imagine her saying that with just defiance?
Aren't there OnlyFans now for feet?
Oh yeah,
Like Eddie Murphy style.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
pay $5 for a picture of Sarah's feet if I know they're her feet. If she writes on her
She would do that.
on her foot, this is Sarah.
She would do that.
Man, I don't know why. I don't even care. I just want to see everybody. You know what I mean? And I want to hire this actress to play her, but that might really anger Sarah.
Casting for Sarah would be a great idea. That'd be a great not bit, but like go through the names. Casting for Sarah would be incredible. By the way, yes, David. I'm sorry, Bondi's right after this. I just want to because I'm forgetting. Sarah to me, and I just thought of this the other day because of the thank you, Boff, for getting us the Daria and Spawn and Max full series. Do you look at?
Oh, you're a legend, Boff.
When Sarah announced that she's going on sabbatical from Golden Girls, you look at Sarah like she's your. I didn't realize how much you love Daria. Sarah's your personal Daria. You thought of her as, oh my God, I have a real life Daria in my life doing this.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah and I think the two of us on our own have a different dynamic.
It's
just
so
the two of us.
kitsch. It's so It's
Yeah,
two broads, really.
broads.
Two broads getting down
it's a
with
middle
it.
school sleepover, just watching old people shows.
Yes.
Oh, and she's lovely with him, John. You must actually get offended, John.
She's on her best behavior with
quacking away. She's so happy. No, she's just joys. She doesn't say one sarcastic thing to him. Isn't that right, David?
Sarah and I remember I sat in on one 90210 and there was like a fashion show subplot in the episode, and I made a reference to like a movie from 1959 that made both of us like crack up, and it's like one of my favorite moments on doing the show was like we really Sarah makes me laugh hysterically. I love doing the shows with her. So
thank you, Howsy Football. Thank you, everyone in the chat, for all the kind words. But the kindness should go to David and certainly Bon Jovial's video. That was just a force of nature. Just a 10. It is a 10 out of 10.
Of John.
Oh,
no, 10
well,
years
your video
of
is a
you,
10.
my friend.
Yeah.
And you've been through it all in those 10 years. You saw it all. You were there when you saw when the Pelican Brief video leaked, all of these things, when Howard was... I mean, just every single freaking issue, many deaths of whackpackers, you were there reporting on it a week later, and it's a tribute to you, a testament to you, isn't it, David? Isn't it?
That's.
I mean, how many hours of talking do you think of John talking is on the internet at this point?
Thousands, tens of
it's
thousands.
It's got to be over 1,000. Yeah,
we've lost some too. Like there's the Chauncey Christmas episode, which I still have, is 4.5 hours with Poppy, which we were well on our way to 5 figures with that, and that's the one that got harpooned because of the fucking whale video.
Right.
And that's 4.5 hour video. I'm not blaming Bon Jovial for that.
The Patreon alone has to be at least 500 hours.
I don't think people realize how long those are. And I mean that in a good way. Like we're not going on there for 55 minutes. We did a Donnie Brasco at 6 hours. We did a 21 Jump Street. What was the last one? 5 hours and one episode, not 2, not 3, one episode.
Wow.
Well, the season 3 premiere of Jump Street turned like into an over 5-hour episode.
Yeah,
because you just had so much Rico
because
stuff
Rico's
to-
debut and everything like that. Right.
yeah.
Autobot. That's Amanda Waller. Yes, she's the boss of the Suicide Squad, but at the same time, I could see Tamara Francois could voice Amanda Waller. That's kind of how she sounds. Like Tamara's actually way more pleasant and shit. But if Tamara just got really surly and did not play ever, that's how Amanda Waller would sound. And everyone's afraid of her. She has no superpowers. I don't even know if she has hand-to-hand combat skills, but everyone's afraid of her. Like she can intimidate. Aquaman's not afraid of her. He doesn't care. He runs 75% of the world. Why would you be afraid of this Zoftig black woman who runs it? You wouldn't be afraid ever. You would never be afraid of it. I just broke down the calcium buildup and injected me with a steroid. What are they talking about? Chubby Pickle and fucking Autobot are talking about calcium deposits and mercury. No, it's mine, guys. How about this? Because this is April Fool's Day, it had me thinking of a thing that I don't know if any of you heard. So part of Howard's grift to go to Sirius was he made himself out to be the victim, and oh my God, they're censoring me, and I can't say anything, and we're going to be kicked off the air anytime soon. Follow me to Sirius. So just before he made this announcement, a couple more, he had all this in play. There's no question about it. They staged an April Fool's joke where they had him kicked off the air and replaced with a namby-pamby Z Morning Zoo type of show called Cross and Lopez on K-Rock. And so they staged it where at 6 o'clock in the morning when his show started, he wasn't on. Cross and Lopez took over. And so Tom Chiasano's in on the prank. This is 21 years ago this happened. And he makes the Sirius announcement a couple months after this. But if you don't think this is part of the promotion. So this is how this goes. This is April Fool's Day prank. It is brilliant. It is when the show was good. Stuttering John had just left for the Tonight Show, and they of course go after Leno in this at the same time. So this is 21 years ago, and this is a brilliant prank. I bought it then, and I listened to it a little bit before, and it's better than I remember it being, and I would have been fooled again. I'm not going to play this hindsight 2020 bullshit where they wouldn't have got me. Now, yes, it was authentically convincing, and here's Tom Chiasano to kick it off. This is the Stern Show. 6 a.m. 2004, April Fool's Day.
Okay.
Classic.
You might call it alternative. We call it zone music.
And ladies and gentlemen, I think you all know me. This is Tom Chiasano, and I unfortunately have to read you the following announcement. Due to the recent actions by the United States government and the Federal Communications Commission, the Howard Stern Show is no longer on our air. Neither Infinity Broadcasting or a parent company is willing to continue to put our licenses or our stockholders' trust in jeopardy. Viacom can no longer bear the weight of the government pressure and its effects on our corporation. Please continue to listen to the station and other affiliates, as we appreciate your loyalty and understand your needs. While we're sorry to end the Howard Stern Show, we promise quality programming in the future. Thank you.
Okay, off that opening, right? It's 6 a.m. You condition yourself to listen every day. Have the alarm set. In my case, I had a VHS tape running into the radio, recording the whole thing.
I love the VHS.
Yeah, it was the only way, Bon. It was the only way to get the whole show.
Did you record it long play so you get?
Yes.
Either
like 6
hours.
or 8 hours. So the VHS tape would be. Are you guys convinced by Chiasano's opening?
Yes, and it sounds so awful. He sounds like he just woke up. It's perfect.
Does he sound like scared? Like I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
he's swallowing he's rushing through it like he's
not used to speaking in public and
exactly right. Yeah.
Bought it immediately. Then this is I'm trying to remember if it continues. So it's just the opening, and then what they do with this Z Morning Zoo attempt, this fake zoo show they're doing, is they actually play music. So they're playing all the pop music at the time, like Beyonce. It's so funny to hear those songs on K-Rock, and I'm not going to play those songs, but that was like Pink and Beyonce and all the stuff that was on Z100 in 2004.
Right.
John Mayer is one of them too. A lot. Your body is a wonderland.
Get out of bed. Resistance is futile.
So they have all these little interstitial bits they did,
right?
And you buy it. Like, why would they put all this effort into pranking you? And the whole April Fool's Day thing completely went away in your mind. Like you didn't even think about it. This sounded so real. You know what day it is, but yet the April Fool's Day thing never.
Sure. Right.
Yep. It was so. It's safe to say neither one of you have heard this, right?
I've never heard it.
Okay, good. It's good to hear you good.
Wake up and assimilate the day. Stand by for mind control. Slap some bacon on a biscuit and let's go. Go. Hi-ho.
In English, we say good morning.
I want you to get up now.
Wake up every morning.
Morning, team. I'm the new minister in charge.
Greetings and salutations. Hello, handsome. Is that a 10-gallon hat?
One thing that would make you, that should have the your flares going off and of cynicism, where you wouldn't buy it, is like you should have said to yourself, and again, I didn't say this to myself, if he just got kicked off the air like a few minutes ago, how do you have all this stuff ready to go? How do you have these interstitial marathons ready to go? How do you have this ready?
Yeah.
Would never occur to you that.
Are you just enjoying the show?
Good morning. Time to get out of bed, grab a cup of coffee, and spend some time with your new favorite morning show. It's Cross and Lopez. Morning fun without the filth. Cross and Lopez.
More fun than getting dirty.
So, at this point, everyone's, conditioned to listen to the show from the very beginning. It's 5 minutes in, and chaos has erupted. People are going, what the fuck? I'm on Stern Fan Network at the time, and there's this thread that's just going, what the fuck is going on? He's gone. He's off the air. Everyone bought it. Everybody bought it. I think the Howard Stern Bulletin Board might have actually been in service for the 3 months that it was on too around this time. It was so well executed. So the whole thing lasted about an hour and a half. They didn't just do this. They took this to really convince you. They took it for an hour and a half. They did this. So here's some more. I have it labeled. I have a timestamp that at the 1 hour and 24-minute mark is the reveal.
Okay.
When they come back, and it's kind of a sort of a caveman reveal. The way they start. Anyway, I'll show you.
All right.
7 minutes after.
So you hear Beyonce's "Crazy in Love."
Crazy in Love, yeah.
Really, isn't that the personification of the pop music of the time?
Oh yeah.
Where you would be right.
To the hour, good morning. That's Beyonce and Jay-Z, Crazy in Love. Crazy in the morning.
It is.
Hi, I'm Rob Cross. That's my partner, Lopez.
Hi,
there.
good morning.
The bad news, Howard's...
Okay, these two, give you a little setup.
Angie?
No, it's a guy named Chuck Roast. His real name is Rob Cross. Nobody knew his real name. They called him Chuck Roast as a nickname. And so he comes on as a fake DJ. He's a program director. Tom Chisano is a general manager, and Rob Cross is considered the program director.
Okay.
And this other woman, her name is Dani Lopez, and either she was a fill-in DJ or she was like a sales girl or some lower level executive, and they put them together as this fake wacky morning zoo team to fool you. Nobody knew Rob Cross's name because they called him Chuck Roast as a nickname. So they cleverly said, let's use Chuck Roast's real name, and no one's going to know who he is. If we said Chuck Roast, no one would buy it.
Right.
Nobody would.
The good news is we've kind of foreseen this coming for a while, and there is a plan B, and we're plan B. Good morning.
It's fun without the filth. We have a lot of great things.
So their mantra was fun without the filth.
Right.
So they already had like a mantra set up, and that was like, the FCC, they're capitulating to, Clear Channel and the whole thing, right? So we're going to show you, we're going to we're going to censor ourselves.
Coming up for you too.
Fun without the filth. It is completely possible. In case you missed it, right before Beyonce and Jay-Z, there was a message from WXRK General Manager Tom Chisano. He is at the flagship station for the Howard Stern Show, and this is what it sounded like.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you all know me. This is...
Okay, so they're making it like they're not even in the same building. I didn't even pick that up the first time. So they're making it like they're doing it from like the Z100 building, and then Chisano's and K-Rock, and their plan was they just bumped them off the air, and we have to throw it to Cross and Lopez across town.
Down in Tampa or something.
Yeah.
They put a surprising amount of effort into it.
Oh, it's crazy production.
Strange. Yeah.
Well, it's a lot of effort to make $100 million a year, because what they're going for is to get you to go to Sirius, right? Even though it hasn't been announced yet, this is just planting the seed.
Yeah, this is the soft launch.
Yep. Yes. I got your soft launch, pal.
Tisano, and I unfortunately have to read you the following announcement. Due to the recent actions by the United States government and the Federal Communications Commission, the Howard Stern Show is no longer on our air. Neither Infinity Broadcasting or a parent company is willing to continue to put our licenses or our stockholders' trust in jeopardy. Viacom can no longer bear the weight of the government pressure and its effects on our corporation. Please continue to listen to the station and other affiliates, as we appreciate your loyalty and understand your needs. While we're sorry to end the Howard Stern Show, we promise quality programming in the future. Thank you.
And this is that quality programming. And we'll explain this in greater detail a little bit later on. Plus, we'll recap American Idol. Yeah, some pretty weird stuff went down.
You know, it's funny. So he does that. But meanwhile, that's Howard's main point of material. I mean, so much so that Colin Quinn had that joke about him at the roast. He goes, Howard, I'm glad you finally broke free here at Satellite Radio, so you can go analyze Taylor Hicks singing Living for the Silly, you faggot. But that's what, so they're goofing on him, but not real, because that's the real Howard.
Right.
His default is fucking American Idol.
Last night, and a story about a Scottish Terrier who can surf. And we'll wake up your boss for you too.
It's John Mayer, so they're playing all the cheesiest shit they can think of.
The sun.
That really is the that's either your body is a wonderland.
If you wanna give us a call, feel free. Help us build the morning show. It's 800-447-8376. John Mayer.
We got it. Just hearing that. But meanwhile, that is Howard's music, though. That is his favorite style of music, lest you think.
He used the Ryan Houston as a poor man's John Mayer for over a video montage. I mean,
you hear it there. It sounds exactly like Boys in the Hand.
This is hardly parody.
So I'm gonna jump now to an hour and 1 hour and 24-minute mark, and they come back from a break, and the reveal is about to happen. Okay, so I actually timestamped it. 1:24, right about here.
Morning show here on The Zone. Here we go.
Now, back to the new fun way to start your morning. Fun with...
I want to do like the lead into it, so when he breaks in shit. So they've been doing a lot of that, what you just heard, for about an hour and a half. Tons of songs, tons of and also I guess it would also be Howard trying to lay it on where these shows, and they do this, do nothing but play commercials the whole show. They can't go 4 minutes without doing, banter. They can't handle, 4 or 5 minutes is crazy without going to a song.
It's a commercial channel with some banter interstitials, not the other way around. Right?
Imus's show was that. Like, if anyone listened to Imus, I don't think somebody did a thing where on his show in an hour, it was only 21 minutes of content.
Jesus.
So everything else was going to the news, huge commercial blocks, going to this sports, like 21 minutes of actual content in an Imus hour.
But before you play this, I was cracking up after one of our shows where you mentioned how The View has so many commercials, and just picturing like Whoopi Goldberg nervously like, okay, and we got to go to commercial. We'll be right back. Like, freaking out that every 5 minutes they have to go to commercial.
Yeah, that's her skill now, is to do going to break pattern banter to break into an argument.
Segue City. Yeah. Awful.
Sonny, I'm gonna put a pin in that right now. We're gonna go to a break. And she's gotta make it look like she's happy about it. Or
and she's happy that Alicia Silverstone's coming back with some vegan recipes after the break.
Silverstone. That's such a perfect reference.
Right.
Without the Filth with Cross and Lopez.
All right, 17 minutes after the hour, Howard Stern's off the air. This came down late last night. Oh, pardon me. Infinity Broadcasting yanked Howard Stern due to questionable decency content. And my name's Rob Cross. And
I gotta say, these two fake DJs are doing an unbelievable job of sounding like a cheesy morning dude. I am totally convinced at this point.
I'm Lopez.
Yeah, and we've sort of known this eventuality could happen, and
we're going to take care of you.
Yeah, we've been planning for it, and we're here to bring you fun without the filth in the morning, and it's a work in progress. And to the affiliates around the country, we ask that you stay with, because down the line we hope to build a morning show that we can all be proud of and all.
Yeah, Tata Toothy, can you imagine that this is the same show now in 2025? The absolute boondoggle that Radio Gunk insists on covering for no reason at all. That this is the same show. Can you believe that this is the same? It's really unbelievable that a prank like this is so out of their metronome now that they would even come close to attempting something like this. And this was a common thing.
Remember that during this whole fool's joke, Howard is loving not having to talk for an hour and a half.
Brilliant.
In the back of his head. Yeah.
God, Bon. Yes, Bon Jovial just had a brilliant observation. And I'm going to, I couldn't. So the way Howard's mind thinks is, I've just gotten away with, he's making what, $2,000, $2,500 a minute at that point, right? So he looks at it like, I win twice here, right? I don't talk for an hour and a half, and I still get all the money, and they get nothing. If you're crossing Lopez, you're like, do we get paid for this? You know, they didn't get anything extra. That's completely on the arm.
Yeah, and thus the wrap-up show was born, that Howard could just play wrap-up show clips on his own show and just sit there and not talk and get paid for it just the same.
Exactly.
He keeps, in Howard's mind, the way the way that plug head works, the less words per minute, the more I get paid. And so he looks at it like a statistical formula, and he loves this.
By the way,
what?
Oh, sorry. The archives at the bottom, their comment, I was going to mention that. Was Cross the one who fired Stuttering John from his afternoon show? Okay.
Yes, that's the lunch show he had. That's everyone knows him from that. Over and over again. Chuck Roast fired me. And so just Sarah was obsessed with saying Chuck Roast over and over again.
He had like a lazy eye, I remember.
Yep.
Equally. And before we went to the break, we played you Laugh from a movie that opened last week.
Right.
Big movie star. Let me check that out again.
Marilyn knew who it was. Marilyn in Baltimore got herself a 4-pack of tickets to see Scooby-Doo 2. Why? Because the laugh was Scooby-Doo.
Do you think Fred's doing the sound effects still? But no one knows he's there, but he's doing it anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. You would be way better, but that's probably
Is Howard is the E show kind of done by this point? Are they not filming anymore? Or
another great question. The E show only has another year or less than a year. Why that's shut down? You can't find E footage. Even his contract ran out. He had the whole squabble with no pun intended with Chelsea Handler's ex. Ted Harbord, who actually I realized went to Boston University with them. And so they shut the E show down. And then as they announced Howard TV, really, Howard TV started before he started at Sirius. They were allowed to do that before Sirius even started.
Right. That's interesting. I that he's so friendly with Chelsea Handler. Maybe she was broken up with that guy by that time. That he wouldn't treat her like an Amanda Peet, sort of like your fiance ruined my show or something.
Oh God, by the way, who is on Jimmy Fallon tonight?
Chelsea Handler is?
Yeah, no, Amanda Peet.
Oh, Amanda Peet is. Oh,
Amanda Peet has been on Kimmel, and she has been on Fallon now. Isn't that crazy? Her kids went to school with Kimmel's kids. Went to the same kindergarten.
Oh, that's right.
Isn't that crazy? How does that not come up? How does the Beth shit not come up with them?
And her husband Amanda Peet's husband is like a Game of Thrones related.
Game of Thrones, like second in command. I want to say he's an executive producer, and he's not the creator of it, but he's like third in charge.
Okay,
like right there, that's more successful than Howard in most people's eyes.
Oh God, yes.
To be on that show. Regardless of how much money you make, that show has such a following.
Yeah, and it's a name that means something in 2025,
Right. And who knows where it's going to go after that.
Right.
His laugh makes me giggle. Speaking of things that make me giggle, I don't know if you caught Leno last night.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
So just to piss off, to stoke the audience more, Stuttering John just leaves for Leno. And they're making it, he wants to irritate the audience by doing, these two love Leno. So they're hinging on his monologue is clean, and that's the way comedy should be done. And they play the monologue, and this is Howard's FU to Stuttering John and Leno, that these two lamos are going to fawn over Leno's shitty monologue.
I thought, his monologue is good. I don't necessarily like what he does with his guests or anything, but the monologue was good. Why don't we check it out?
I disagree. I like everything he does. I think the guy's got his finger, fairly on the pulse. He does, he goes out and he does a lot of stand-up comedy throughout the country, and I think it keeps him real.
He said he actually keeps.
Whoa, you two! What a Donnybrook! That was some fight. Whoa, go back to your corners.
It's kind of violence on radio.
Money from his contract in the bank, and he actually lives off of the money that he gets by doing this stand-up comedy.
He's a skilled comedian.
Yeah.
Let's check out some of Leno's monologue last night.
Price of gas in California, it's going crazy. Oh, in fact, today I did something smart. I bought a gallon as an investment.
That's actually a good joke, Jay. I got to give you that. That's a good joke. So they play Leno's monologue, and here comes Howard. Right about here.
If they did a cabinet swimsuit issue.
I like the part about the steamed rice. I thought that was...
And
Cross?
He's endlessly...
Cross? What's happening? Was that you? Are you pulling a prank on me, Cross?
You little bitch.
No. I won too many nachos grande last night.
You skanky
I think we should probably cue up a song or something.
Oh, Captain Cool's on.
That's
What's this
great,
song?
though.
Right?
That is great, though. I like that. Because
So
you
this
would
is
have been going, wait a sec. And then you started typing on the forum, didn't you, John? You're going, wait a sec, I think the show's starting. I think they got us. Did everybody just go crazy?
Yeah, right about as soon as that came in, you knew, and they were making those fart noises and that sound. Right. Even that, and I find that to be like, you can do better than that.
Jeff the Drunk drops and everything,
God,
after that brilliant, sophisticated bit, you got to play fart noises.
I'd love to have seen you, John, back then.
I was on the forum, and I was probably going, we probably posting our theories about when he's going to pop up on the air again and what he's going to do, and I'm sure we were making up all these things about,
David. Can you imagine John David? When it started and they made that announcement, like if John had a baseball cap on, like if John had a baseball cap on and he was listening and he's going, what's Tom saying? It's over? And then can you imagine John like turning the baseball cap around backwards and then quickly leaning into his computer and typing on the forum? I think he's done. I don't think Howard's going to be coming on anymore. What's going on? And then John sitting there turning his head left and right, just looking around the room, listening, going, I think the show's finished.
Yeah, I picture John in a tinfoil hat making spirograph drawings about where he thinks Howard's going to end up.
His head against the wall.
Spirograph. That's a good castor oil reference. So Bon Jovial's convoluted scenario of me is I can't go on the computer without having a fitted backward baseball hat on, and every time I get passionate about something, I flip the hat another
backwards.
Angle. Yeah, and that somehow
backwards,
inspires
and then you lean in, and you're like, What is this? I can't lose Howard. And you're using your Nokia 5110 to message Anton, your buddy, going, what
we were texting. We were definitely texting at that.
I love it.
The whole day. No, without a doubt. That was the first thing I did. I think I texted him.
I love Bond's fan fiction about you, Arm. It's so...
I know, I could go for hours. Scenarios, John. I imagine John setting up the VHS player and routing it from the radio with the RCA cables and then putting in a brand new video cassette and pressing record and then going outside and getting into the car with Anton, and John's like, I'm recording. Don't worry, I've got it recording.
Fan fiction was a great reference by you, David. That was like a cottage industry for a while. Like people were writing.
It was, yeah.
You like, if I wrote 21 Jump Street fan fiction, and it would just be like, comic books is what
by committee. That would be hilarious.
That's what I'm doing all the time with Sarah. I come up with
Sarah
scenarios about her. That's why I want to get a young actress to play her and pay the actress to come over, and I'll make a set with scenarios. What would Sarah react to this? How would she react to that? And I can't stop. It's all coming as well.
I think we should all. I think we should figure out who would play all of us when they make a movie about the Deppening.
Oh, I love it. And everyone in the chat, give us who should play each of us.
Yeah.
Please leave messages.
You
I
know
love
how
that
comic
idea.
book fans get really angry when Hollywood does this thing where it's very patronizing to black people, where they blackwash white characters with there was never a black. And so we're going to make Catwoman black, and we're going to make Hawkman black. And it's very forced. It's very patronizing. Black people see through it. It doesn't work. Right. And that would be like me. So but mine would be genuine, that I would want Jamie Foxx to play me. Just with no irony at all. And the family would be my real family. They'd all be white.
Right.
But Jamie Foxx would play me and nobody would notice.
Aussies are such perverts. Look at this. We've got Housey football. Look at this. Had a police-type board with post-it notes with theories and suspects and pictures with lines connecting them on his wall. Like, red twine. Over a map of North USA. What do you call it? North America.
That's like Russell Poole. There's nothing better than the obsessed detective with the corkboard and the suspects
wrapping string around thumbtacks on a corkboard. Yeah.
If you watch Donnie Brasco, a lot of the kind of I guess you would call it what's the film device when it goes in
the family tree.
Speeds
it's like
up.
A family tree. Oh, it
just
speeds
speed
up.
up the continuity. It goes like a montage that speeds up the continuity.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And so that was one of the scenes in Brasco. They were playing, time jump, or they were playing the Pointer Sisters' Happiness, and they were showing Donnie Brasco's
the good times, the high life.
Getting these guys, that's
the high life. Yeah, that's always the mafia. Right. They have the good times, and then everything goes bad.
And the big thumbtack goes right into like Lefty's forehead and stuff, and that's supposed to be like symbolism of you're gonna shoot him in the head. And that's what that reminds me of. That sort of like, it's always like a Joe Pistone is that obsessed with his work. He's that, in order to stay undercover for 6 years, you have to be absolutely in the zone in order to do that. That's just incredible.
You've got to be obsessed with being the best. He knew if he could pull it off, it would be the best ever. And that's the ego.
Nothing's come close to it before or since.
Yeah, that's
that he
amazing.
Could do that. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy. And then to be in a setting where everybody's partying and drinking all the time and you really can't do it because you're going to lose your faculties and you'll slip. So you have to he does shit like he'd have a glass of scotch and then pour out 90% of it and then fill it with water, which a lot of bartenders do, by the way, to save money. And then he would milk the scotch and ice, scotch on the rocks all night long, the same one.
Yep.
So he's
time to take back the airwaves from Cross and Lopez and end our bizarre April Fool's joke.
That was scary.
Hello, this is Nambla, the North American...
Yes, we are back for anybody who was stupid enough to fall for that. And there were many of you.
Check your calendar, people.
Many of you actually fell for that, but I wouldn't doubt that Cross and Lopez could be our replacement.
Hey, that's the way the...
color me stupid because I bought every bit of that at the time. I bought every bit of it. I thought they did a phenomenal job selling that shit.
Well, it's so, as you say, it's so of the censorship, post 9/11, post Janet Jackson era that they would try to get, sort of clean, quote, clean comedy onto the radio,
Yeah, and then these programming changes, all these, and then back then, these radio stations would change formats every 2 weeks. They would go from, alternative rock to pop music back to, and so it wouldn't surprise you that they would, and K-Rock ended up doing that anyway. Do you remember when Nick fucking Cannon eventually sat in Howard's seat and he did a show just like that? This is after Opie and Anthony and after obviously David Lee Roth.
Right.
And that's what K-Rock turned into eventually. It's crazy. I think it was Johnny Meyer said, foreshadowing, foretelling. It's exactly right. That's what it became.
Is K-Rock still around in any way, shape, or form, or?
I don't know. That's a great question. I'm sure that 92.3, maybe they do sports at night? I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder what that place on the dial is.
Great question
at this point. Yeah,
that is a great question. If Howard were ever interviewed about what is he most proud of in his legacy, honestly, I would put this in his top 5 achievements. Of apparently he was creatively behind a lot of this, and I guess when you're trying to drive towards $100 million a year, you get very creative for about 5 minutes, right? All the synapses firing.
It's like Howard sucks at math, but put a dollar sign in front of anything and suddenly he becomes a calculator, you know?
Is there any bigger hindsight 2020 Monday morning quarterback than Canuck G Canada? Look at this guy. You knew he was going to do this, right? Arm admitting he's gullible. Wow. Does that sound gullible to you guys? Did you guys buy that? Listening, even knowing it in advance? Isn't it typical of G Canada? Oh, fuck that. I'd never buy that. Of course he says that. Of course you do. You couldn't possibly admit to falling for that. At least I have the balls. At least I have the candor, the self-deprecating candor to admit that I fell for it. I could lie and say I didn't, couldn't I?
Yeah. I wouldn't know the difference. Yeah.
Is that part of
insouciant radio?
David, is that part of the testicular providence brand? What he's saying here on the screen?
Yeah, I think that in whatever way, in whatever metric, G Canada is better than you.
It's better than you, and he wins and has more testosterone. Yes.
Right. Exactly.
It's a good thing, David. They did a they did a David Lee Roth thing too with Billy Mira. It was a similar kind of thing. I can't remember where it was anymore. I think JJ Thrash bought it. That's all I need to know.
He wants to go, I think.
So Chubby Pickle says, yes, K-Rock. Chubby, one of these days I want to show you a picture of, have you on the show. I'm going to go through the South Bronx in modern day of where you used to live, because apparently it is still a bad, bad place. And we will, these guys have walk-along videos to your old. Chubby Pickle is originally from a bad area in the South Bronx, and I'd love to know what you think of it then and now, and give us some of your memories about what's there. I did not, all the time I lived in the city for 6 years, and I did not, one of the regrets I have, and I have many, is that I did not tackle the Bronx enough. I didn't get into the Bronx. I didn't even realize you can walk from, do people know this? You can walk from 145th Street in Manhattan to the Bronx on foot. You don't need a vehicle because you walk across a bridge, and that's how close it is. So apparently Yankee Stadium is, I want to say, less than 2 miles away from Manhattan, even though it's in the Bronx. So you can walk to the Bronx from Manhattan, which
you
many
wouldn't want to walk there, would you? Isn't that where you
I
get shot?
totally would. Like Bad News Brown in 1989.
Really?
I totally would.
You'd be walking home without your shoes on.
You're not going to get shot. It's right. Thank you, Tubbs.
They'll roll you. Did you guys used to use that word in the 90s? We'll get rolled.
You're going to run your pockets. If Jennifer Lopez, if Jennifer Lopez can take the 6 train, you can walk. This is just, if she can survive the Bronx, you can survive the Bronx.
Wow.
Jenny from the block. Yeah.
It's still scary. It sounds scary. And so does that
still a bad
Hell's
place.
Kitchen. That sounds scary.
Not anymore. But it was the word gentrification went crazy. And the South Bronx apparently is one of the only places immune to it. Gentrification hasn't really hit it. And that's how you know it's a bad area. If even the almighty dollar can't push you out.
Great, Cross and Lopez join us now. Our program director, Robert Cross, and of course, Danny.
Yeah.
Who I renamed Lopez.
Oh, thank you very much for that one.
Because I like that. You guys.
Yeah, the Liz, Jennifer Lopez, her speed dating marriage thing will make, I can't even follow it. It to say it'll make your head spin isn't, you can't even follow it. And so somebody up there it might have been Housey. One day, David, this is right up here. We have to analyze the John Mayer Andy Cohen relationship. What the fuck is going on? Especially you.
Yeah.
And Sarah would get in on that one too. You know this deal, John Mayer.
There's some sort of relationship apparently. That's what's.
Are they trolling the audience? Are they out loud and proud about it? Like, what is this?
John Mayer is not into guys. If there's anyone who isn't into guys, it's John. He's had so many high-profile girls.
Well,
you know them all.
I've said this on Vanderpump commentaries, but like it's the same with like Jax Taylor sort of gay baiting, where it's like, I'm not gay, but I am, you know, like stereotypically
I could be if I
good-looking.
wanted to. I could conquer the gay.
If it means that you're gonna buy a drink from me and you're a gay guy, sure, I'll play
Yeah.
up like, you know,
Gay for
I'm
play
into you.
or
right,
gay
gay
for
for
pay.
pay. Exactly. Yeah, right.
And it also makes him look
She
very
opened all
open-minded.
my crystal.
He just played Jax Taylor. That was a great bomb.
But I don't know what John Mayer thinks he's gonna get off of the Bravo audience. Like
Musically, right? Who do they care about his music? Right? Who gives a shit?
Right, like it's such a weird niche audience because it's a particular kind of gay guy too. It's not, you know, I disavow being, you know, being totally into Bravo, you know.
That's how you know, like how Hollywood gets these weird. If in any other walk of life, in civilian walk of life, as a pedestrian, if you just hung out with a gay guy all the time as a hetero, everybody would just, you're gay, you're gay, you're gay, you're gay. They're going to events together. They're walking down, just having a random fucking Friday afternoon in Southampton. Who, like, no hetero could get away with that in regular life. Like when you're not as a civilian, only celebrities could do that, and people would kind of accept it and not push back. But there has to be something going on. There has to be.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, you know, if it's the only friend that you have, and as you say, you're going to like everything together.
Everything.
You know, I have straight friends that I do stuff with, but they have, you know, my straight guy friends have straight guy friends. They have straight woman friends. They have, you know, when it's sort of like, wow, you are I only see you two together.
You're never seen with as many women as he's been connected to. You see him with Andy Cohen 20 times more than any single woman he's ever been connected to, including his mom.
Well, and one thing I will say about John Mayer is, like, I don't really know much about. I never think of him as a musician. I think of him as like a being with starlets. You know, I know way more about.
That's like Pete Davidson. It's just like the Pete Davidson thing with what we talk about all the time.
So it's like maybe he figures like, well, the music isn't going anywhere, so maybe I can just like get into a new like
my
gossip
himbo
column. Right, exactly.
My himbo Lothario thing is going to be my brand, and I'm going to bring people to my concerts based on that.
Right.
You're not going to care about my music. You're going to care about who I'm rumored to be with. And
that's all I know of him.
His music is going fine. He's a hugely successful musician. He's an excellent
we're not
guitarist.
Even saying he's a bad musician. We're saying that there's not a shot in hell in America that you think of his music before him as a celebrity speed.
Oh, but I think of him as a guitarist. I think of him as like a young Eric Clapton straight away. I don't think of him as a celebrity.
You're the only one I've heard say that. You're the only one I've heard.
But that's if you're talking about like a target audience,
that's in Australia.
How many discussions have you had with people, like
American
2
gossip.
or 3 people, and they've agreed, but people don't think of him like.
Yeah, I mean, that's from my perspective. I could be wrong for sure.
Look, he brought like, if you talk about him doing stuff, music and everything, he brought out like a signature style guitar a few years ago, and it became such a huge hit that the company brought out a much cheaper version that everyone can buy, and that has been talked about for like the last couple of years. On all the YouTube musicians have tried this guitar. It's like the biggest deal. So he's doing stuff constantly. But if you I know you're talking about the everyday guy who goes out, gets the newspaper.
Yes,
I know.
If
you're talking about them,
talking about you.
But I think if you liked his music, you wouldn't think that way. It's like saying that all Bruce Springsteen
because you're dealing with
tour.
humanoids. You're dealing with humanoids. You're dealing with simpletons. They're not listening for the notes and the chords like you are. You're dealing with gossip hound simpletons who want the lowest form of celebrity gossip, and all they think about and all they care about is who he's dating.
So
That's
the
all they
theory
think
is that he's not straight. He's decided to turn.
Like he's so bored heterosexual that he's turned like with Jagger and fucking David Bowie did.
Has he hung out with this guy much this year? Do we have you seen him to get? Is that true?
Andy Cohen. What'd you say, David? Every other day, every day. They're together. They're walking around.
Well, my theory is like he might. I don't know that they are sleeping together. I think it's just like a. I just think Andy Cohen is, he's a star fucker and he likes having the arm candy of John Mayer.
Yeah.
And John Mayer likes having the access to maybe an audience that did not gravitate towards him before.
Oh, that's a great theory. You bring in the gay audience to your shows at the same time. That's a great theory.
Yeah. So, I know he's a hugely successful musician. I just like, in terms of what I see, because I'm not a fan, I see the gossip stuff first. You're right, Bon. If I was a fan, I probably would be like, no, I only see the music stuff.
I remember Monique got angry because she went to see a concert of his and she said all he did was he played like a guitar solo for like 20 minutes and I was like, that's what I pay for.
That's what he does.
That's what I pay for.
But that's what he does. That's why would he want to do anything else?
I was like, what were you there for?
Yeah.
Like maybe she got free tickets, that's fine. But that's not a reason to hate him. It's like if Clapton did that, I'd be sitting there going, I'd much rather hear this than Layla, I'd rather hear just a whacked out solo for 20 minutes. Anyway.
Well, then how about where does Johnny Depp fall into that, right? Because the people watching him don't give a shit about his guitar, and him, right? They want to hear him talk. They want to hear.
That's
they don't care about. They
different, though.
Yeah, right.
That's more of what you're saying. I think is more the case.
I think the equivalent is like people don't want to hear Johnny Depp play guitar in the same way they don't want to see John Mayer be Jack Sparrow.
Yes.
Like
that was John Mayer's point. He said that was the greatest thing I ever heard. He goes, what annoys you about? He's like, would you ever be an actor? And he goes, no, I don't. He goes like, I don't understand how that even relates to what I do. He's like, celebrities seem to think that if you're famous or good at one thing, it gives you an all access pass to do the other stuff that you have no business doing.
Well, it kind of does because like last year, Keanu Reeves brought out a signature bass guitar with Fender, which is like the best in the world, and you see him playing it, so that means that he got them to make the bass the way he wants it made. That's why they call it signature, and it became this big thing with him. There's a trailer with him playing it and talking about the bass guitar, and I get
that's because he's famous in another walk of life. John Mayer is saying that shouldn't be the case. He's saying that everybody should know to stay in their lane, and they don't. Even a guy like Keanu Reeves.
We're the ones we're dragging behind because this is the new world.
No, I mean, this has been going on for this. Bruce Willis was fucking Bruno in 1990 and Don Johnson singing Heartbeat.
Snooki,
they've always.
Yeah, Snooki from Jersey Shore.
I don't complain about it. Like if Johnny Depp brought out a signature guitar, I wouldn't be like, how dare he? I'd just be like, yeah, this is what happens now. It doesn't surprise me that much.
It bothers me because as following his career, I cannot tell you the interviews I've read where he said the worst thing in the world is to do that. Is I'm going to use the fame I have as an actor, and it's way bigger now than when he said this first quote, and I'm going to cash in as a musician, which I didn't make it. And we heard that guy Tom Mutat said he was terrible. He's an awful guitarist, and he had no business being in the ring with your Guns N' Roses and shit. That's from professionals who judge us all the time. The Simon Cowell of heavy metal at the time. Right. So and so Depp says this. I have audio of him. I have interview after interview of him going, I would never cash in on my fame as an actor and it's an insult to anyone.
He did with the Dior, so that's it.
All right, once you go to Dior, there's no going back. You've sold out.
And I would have had a lot more respect for him if he'd endorsed a guitar rather than Dior. I would have been, well, he loves music, so at least you've got that. But Dior was like, fuck you, man.
Endorse cigarettes. That's what you're good at, right? I mean, endorse alcohol because that's what you love the most. That's what you should.
Oh, he should be. Doesn't he do an alcohol?
He does a Japanese beer ad, but do it here. Do a Heineken ad. No, seriously, it's not noble to do Dior. Do a Heineken ad here.
Do it. Yeah. He should be the new Joe Camel. Like what the
fuck? If cigarettes is your favorite thing and alcohol, God bless you. Do it. Get every possible alcohol. That's way more noble and way more integrity laced than
So
fucking pure.
tendrils. Monique's friend used to try to get with him and swears he must play for the same team. There, you got some testimony from tendrils there. Thank you, tendrils.
Huh. Interesting.
And so that was she's right. Andrew Jenkins says Myers cheesy
this.
cover of he loves the Grateful Dead too. Did you know that? Well, I heard that, and I say this from people who that Jerry Garcia is an immensely underrated guitarist, and nobody brings him up when they talk about the great ones for some reason.
Look at
Springsteen.
Sarah. Look at this. I could probably get Bruce Willis now. Can you hear the Janine Garofalo sarcasm just drooling out of this viper? I love you, Sarah, for that. Thank you for this. Thank you for today. Everyone, thanks Sarah for this show.
So that was This is now we turn to. I found this. I want to thank Mr. Nobody from the Howard Stern Reddit, who hit me to this because I would not have watched this. There's too many podcasts. There's not enough time on this planet to listen to them all.
Nobody, that could be a John Mayer song. Mr.
Yes, it could.
Nobody,
there is song titles like that.
To my life.
There's a song at the end of Blow by Frank Sinatra's granddaughter. I mean, niece or goddaughter called Nika Costa is her name, and I haven't heard of her since, but it's called Mr. Nothing. That's the title of the song. That's a great song. It's a very sad song. It's at the ending credits of Blow. If you get a chance,
they show his face at the end, and it's so freaking depressing. I was crying at that ending. That ending killed me.
Mr. Nothing's got a lot. He's got a lot to say.
Have you done a watch through of that movie yet?
Not yet.
Patreon?
Not yet. It's coming. It's coming. They did a really good 6-part documentary on the real George Jung when he got out of prison and he was living in Sacramento and he couldn't adjust to real life. It was really good. He passed away 2 years ago, I want to say. So
talk about glorifying an absolute criminal.
I know. And that's Depp's playing him, right? And you're rooting for this guy who's responsible.
And David is such a stoic sort of law-abiding citizen. I mean, what do you make of a drug-dealing scumbag like that who ruined his life? And we feel sorry for him. Feel sorry about his daughter at the end of the movie. What do you make of that, David? How do they do that?
Well, I mean, the American movies have a long history of gangsters and, anti-heroes. There's an original Scarface from 1932 or something before the Al Pacino one. So, it's just a tradition of anti-heroes and gangsters,
Look, I'm half Guinea. I'm half Guinea, half Polak. And the black community has a very, very good point about the double standard with the Italian mafia versus the, say, Bloods and Crips, how we make the Bloods and Crips out to be the worst thing in the world, and the MS-13. Meanwhile, the Italian mafia, we love them. We lionize them, and we don't give them anything of this. It's not let's rid America of the Italian mobsters. Let's rid America of the Bloods and the Crips. And the pass that the Italian mafia get is ridiculous, and we're all guilty of it, glorifying it. We're all guilty of it.
Yeah. Agreed.
My uncle was that was his big cause celebre of how he wanted to let you know I am a proud, hardworking Italian and I have nothing to do with the American mafia. In fact, he comes from East New York, which is the setting for Goodfellas, and that's exactly the age he is. So he loves to let you know I have nothing to do with that world, and I don't glorify it, and I don't care about it.
We should do a show on Howard's irrational fear of the mafia.
Remember Victoria Gotti called in that time?
That is the first thing that came to mind, is how walking on eggshells he was in that interview.
Because she lived.
God, do I miss that Goomba?
I don't remember saying that. I don't remember saying that.
Sorry, I'm a bit off my. It's hard to time them sometimes.
Sarah worked for T-Mobile. She was the chief financial officer for West Coast division for T-Mobile. And my multiple dealings with John Mayer.
Saying that,
he could melt your panties off in 30 seconds. She did say he was the nicest celebrity she ever spoke to, and that includes Richard Marx.
We want you back on this show, Sarah.
He has a good sense of humor. I mean, I've seen him in interviews, and he's I mean, he's charming.
He tries to attach himself to comedians a lot, like a lot of guys do. He was on. Do you remember that he used to do interstitials with the Chappelle Show?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Remember that back in the early days of the Chappelle Show? He would show up at the Comedy Cellar and the Boston Comedy Club, which I don't believe is there anymore.
Okay, you don't want to?
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Nobody on Reddit, Howard Stern Reddit, found this clip of Tina Fey. He believes, I kind of believe it too. He's not the only one in the world, but he thinks that this is a shot at Howard. And Tina Fey said that, and it's about time somebody said this besides me. She said that as a broad, she despises germaphobes. It's like it's the biggest turn off. Yeah. It's the biggest height of arrogance too. Like this elitist thing that I'm not dirty, you are, and I'm the only one that knows how to shower, and I can't shake hands. So Mr. Nobody thinks that this is a shot at Howard without actually saying his name. And Amy Poehler agrees with Tina Fey.
Interesting. Well, I'll think about that all day. I'm afraid it will wipe off what little colors. But you're not a germaphobe. I'm not a germaphobe, and I think it's a real unattractive quality in someone else when they're like a germaphobe.
Especially in a man.
In a man, it is such a
disgusting
deal breaker.
Like a man who's worried about, like, I don't shake hands. It's like, you're a
go
man.
Shake hands and then go wash your hands, you freak.
Yeah, you're the one with poop on your hands.
You're the one.
Like, who said anything about poop on their hands until you did? I don't know. But we know a couple of people that are germaphobes. We have to watch out. That's the thing we have to watch out for in our 50s, is the thing that was like our cute eccentricity. Because
do you see it? It could easily, if anyone is, what they did is describe Howard, but could it be anybody? I hope it's, let's say it's Howard. Let's just say that it is. Why not?
Yeah, I wonder how much they actually know about Howard. You know, I could, if it was like a Jimmy Kimmel saying that, then definitely it's about Howard, because
I will say that Amy Poehler is a pretty big super fan. She has proven she's been on. Tina Fey is a fan, an acquaintance, but I wouldn't call her a super, even though she was in Beer League. Remember that? She was playing the desk.
Didn't get paid.
So I don't know if it's possible for, she used to be married to Will Arnett, Amy Poehler, and he's a major super fan. So there's not a shot in hell that she's not aware of his germophobia in the way that she just described it.
Yeah, I could see that. I'm trying to think of like SNL people, like men who would exhibit the same kind of like
how about Lorne?
It could, yeah.
Couldn't you see Lorne Michaels as being a germaphobe?
Oh, totally. Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
they meet the most elitist SOBs on the face of the earth coming through that show. So it could be anyone, but boy, does that meet every single Howard description that what they just said. That's everything they said is him.
Yeah.
I hope it's true. I hope it's true.
By the way, I gotta get there's a little Will Arnett sub-vocalizing on the Smartless podcast when they had Tom Hanks on about Howard changing his voice with compression. And I gotta pull that. I'll try to find that and give it to you for next time. But you can tell that Will Arnett is a fan, and maybe even sort of a falling fan in some ways, even though they interviewed him later on.
I got a clip of Tracy Morgan, and he was on house arrest, and maybe go down the Bob Ostrowski rabbit hole again.
Yeah.
And so I remembered this gossip that came out, and this was like, it didn't get enough. I got to find it. Maybe you could find it. It's not mandatory. You do. If you do, you do. That apparently the guy had reported that he heard Howard and Beth, the gossip that somebody leaked this, maybe like Howard and Beth were at a restaurant, probably Upper West Side, probably 4:00 in the afternoon, and some other patron heard them arguing, and the nature of the argument was Howard was yelling at Beth because he said something along the lines of, your dad would still be in prison if it wasn't for not that per se, but I bailed your family out so many times. How many times have I thrown money at your family? That's the gossip that he was screaming at her. I know. I want to see. I want to see verbatim of what this. I believe it, and certainly he says that to her. I had a theory about him, and too with Allison, right? The Bob Ostrowski thing, right? If that gets out, Howard's got like a retainer lawyers at this point, right? He's probably making $30 million a year, and just make this go away. Make this go. We can't have this attached to me at this point. You know what else you do, right? So you have him going through an ugly divorce with Allison. What does Allison deal with as a therapist? What does she deal with to get paid as a therapist?
Isn't it
This just hit me last night. No. Medicaid and Medicare.
Right.
What did Bob Ostrowski fraud? Medicare.
Right.
So Allison gets wind of this. She's going to win every type of custody fight you can imagine with the kids. I'm not letting my daughters, no matter if it's real or not, stay with their step-grandfather who's a convicted felon for something I believe deeply in, Medicare, that my patients pay for to see me as a new therapist.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that would flip her off if she found that out about Beth's dad.
Yeah. And Ashley
Allison,
was, you're right. And Ashley was out of the house by what, 2010 or 2009, probably. Like she's turned 18.
Born in 9. Well, let's just say that's 7 years before that. What I'm talking about.
Right.
So you're just the basic thing of like, I'm not letting my daughter hang with a felon.
Right.
The daughter of a felon. And who knows if he's showing up. Like that's enough for her to use ammunition again. Even if it's petty. You'll fight as dirty as you can fight in a divorce. And I certainly would use it if I could. But she didn't know about it.
Right. And I'm sure there were a lot of reasons Allison probably didn't want the girls to be with Beth.
Yeah, they got him. Have you noticed that every single time he was forced to tell a story about, the daughter always had a friend with her? Every time she came in there with a friend.
Right.
No matter what. Sarah said that apparently there's a law that if the only custody she'd agree with, if the daughter gets to show up with a friend to keep them honest, like where you would not, the friend would be like the buffer.
Yeah.
And the protector
would be the witness to any he said, she said kind of bullshit. Right.
And so Allison only agreed to that custody shit, which really played into Howard's, because he goes there, he gets driven on, like, what civilian gets to do this? He gets driven to Old Westbury on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
The limo picks him up, probably at a time when there's is totally predicated against traffic. He probably doesn't care about anything but traffic, even though he's not driving, and it's only blah, 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 east and north in Old Westbury. They take him there. He shows up, writes some check, whatever, throws money at the problem, takes him to a diner, slurps down his hot water and lemon, and then goes home again. And then gets him on the weekend. And sometimes if the kids will go, you know what, I'm hanging out with my friends, I'm not going to dad's. Have you guys ever have you had friends who were involved, like divorced kids, and they like refused to have their weekends controlled by their parents?
Yeah, I remember friends having divorced parents where, I mean, the thing is, like, everyone was local. So it's sort of like, I think they kind of played it loose about like, yeah, maybe especially when we were older, like, you know, maybe I'll be at mom's tonight, maybe I'll be at dad's tonight. There was really no consistency to it because they were maybe, you know, 10 blocks away from each other.
Yep.
But with Howard,
it certainly depends on where it is. But like, if the kids have a ton of options, if they're popular, even though their dad's throwing Eminem concerts at them and stuff, and Ross Apin's going to follow you at the concert, and you're going to go all these things. It's still, you run the risk where the kids are too cool for school, and they're saying, "No, I'm not wasting my weekend going to dad's and step bold."
The not wanting to be around your parents when you're a teenager can override the coolness of an Eminem concert for sure.
Yeah. The kids eventually step up and say, "I'm not letting you dictate. I'm not going there because it's Saturday.
Right.
I got things to do. I'm not." And Howard loves to hear more than that. Right, when the kids want to do something else, but he's not it. He loves that.
Oh yeah,
he's like,
yeah.
you could just hear him going, "Really? You don't want to come in? Oh, come on."
Right, and then it's like, and then the Sternmobile like slams on the gas to get away from that house. Right.
I like that. Would be so funny if there were footage of Ronnie lighting the tires up.
Sternmobile. That's cool.
That's so funny. Oh God, Sarah, that's so true. Want to see Depp's best subtle acting job, maybe in his career, is at the end of Blow. They do this kind of dream sequence where he's in prison and his daughter's visiting him in the prison yard, and he's kind of skulking around and with this, sad sack look on his face. And that's the model Jamie King. You remember she dated Kid Rock in the 90s and early 2000s?
I don't remember.
And she plays Christina Young, and they're talking, and she got older and he hadn't seen her in a while, and they're kind of catching up, and then all of a sudden she just disappears.
The guard talks to him or something.
Yes,
and then
the guard's yelling at him and he
crushes
hallucinates.
you.
Yep.
And I read the Wikipedia on him, and apparently they never really had much contact in real life.
This is how it would go if she visited prison, but this isn't. This is a hallucination. I've had hallucinations like that where you swore it was real, but it's a dream. You woke up from a dream and it takes you 3 hours to snap out of it. You just convince yourself that was real, or it's maybe the dream's so good that you can't. Your day is ruined because that dream did not exist, or maybe your week is ruined.
Yeah, I've had that millions of times. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's like a nightmare that you wake up from, even though it's like a good dream.
So what Sarah's talking about, Bon, you know this scene really well. The guard yells his name. He goes, George, come on back. George, you're going in. And he turns around, and then the daughter disappears. And he's just like bewildered. He's looking around like, what the fuck? It was so vivid. What? And he's not buying it. He thinks she was there. And then he tells the guard he wants to put her on the visitation list and stuff. But Depp does this subtle thing where he's like, he's staring around, and it knocks you for a loop. It's the best subtle acting I think I've ever seen him do.
Yeah, and then it ends, and you're left with that. You're holding the bag. The audience would have been like, whew. Everyone would be getting up going, wow, I guess drugs are really, really bad. God. I think I cried when I first saw it.
Yeah, that's a tear-inducing scene. That was tough. That scene was tough.
And the bits with his father. That
was worse.
Sad.
That's the saddest scene in the whole movie. When Ray Liotta is dying in the garage, I think is by far the saddest scene in the whole movie.
What a great movie. Fuck.
Depp probably practices a lot more now. I know he could be on it, Johnny, as you know, and there's nobody bigger in the industry than you, and we all know it. You know how much fucking free time he has on a movie set with his big trailer and everything that he could spend, every time he's not filming a scene, just strumming away in what else would you be doing? I don't think he's watching Daria marathons with David and Sarah. and Tamara Francois.
I'm going to text my Depp music person to schedule a coffee, by the way, because I want to get some dirt.
Handsome people play. Sarah's right. Mark Harmon, who was also in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, by the way. He has a very short scene at the bar when they're covering the Mint 500. I don't know if anyone saw that. Radio Gaga, welcome, working from home. And WeHo, David. That's your favorite. That's ground zero for you people. WeHo. Holy shit. VPR. I think Radio Gaga is she's either Lisa Vanderpump or Stassi Schroeder or something.
Right. There's a lot of Angelinos in the community.
I know. Big representation here.
Yeah.
Including Johnny Meyer.
That's right.
Mob Wives, Sarah. I saw that the other day. I DVR it, and I saw Ramona Rizzo, Lefty Ruggerio's granddaughter, featured in it, and we might have to go into that on the Deppening at some point, because she shows up and it's the lineage, and she's best friends with Sammy the Bull Gravano's daughter. That's the relationship on that show. How long is it? So you guys ready for the next one, which is Tina Fey. This is crazy Christian kook. She was actually really good on the show when she was on it. Victoria Jackson. She does the Stern Show once in 2010, and she is batshit Christian kook, crazy woman. Her whole life is predicated on that, and she's not afraid to tell Howard this. I don't know, Bond, do you remember Victoria Jackson? She was on the Phil Hartman, Dana Carvey seasons. She has the exact same seasons as Dana Carvey. She started in 86, 87 and left the show exactly when Carby did in 92, 93.
I would have no idea.
She was good.
So
She was
I'm
good in the stuff she was
interested.
in. I mean, you're not going to last on the show as a female for 7 years if you're not bringing something.
Can we just look at your high school?
Yeah.
Just look at this, guys.
Okay, well,
Middle
okay.
school official of the year. This is an award you received, isn't it?
It is the highest concentration of Italians in the United States, Suffolk County, Long Island.
Did you play soccer?
I didn't play soccer. No, it was
okay.
it was an activity that I wanted to fill up my fall with, because a friend of mine, a basketball referee, told me that it was really easy, and he said because there's no consequences. He said that the sport, the clock never stops running, and you just the calls you make don't mean anything.
Right.
The score's 1-1. No matter, you could call 40 fouls on one team, unless it's a penalty kick. It doesn't matter. You haven't affected the game at all. Like there's nothing they do. You know, the ball can change possession 10,000. It doesn't matter who goes off out of bounds. If you call the wrong team, it doesn't matter because they're going to throw away to the wrong team anyway. So he said it's the easiest thing, and it took a while to convince me, and he was right. When the game starts, I took pride in
fan after
no,
a while.
not at all. Less of a fan.
Not
because
at
I knew what it
all.
was.
Wow, come on! How can you
Less
not
of a
love it
fan.
when they get that, when they run halfway across the field and they're just weaving and then they hit the goal? It's fucking epic. How can you not go, oh my God?
Come on, you're talking about one goal in 3 hours.
Oh, you bastard.
3 hours.
What is this?
Inconsequential
Are
action.
you
No
that
stats.
obsessed with
This is just,
football
it's
that you
crazy.
can't
Here's the problem
see
with
that?
you people.
All right,
And I'm going to say
okay.
you people. The offside rule, if anyone knows the offside rule in soccer, it is the dumbest thing on the face of the earth. It is
but
like
it
saying
makes it
you're getting
harder.
penalized for hustling. No, I don't want it to make it hard. You get back on defense. That's the job. You're
You take that
penalizing the
out
offense
and
for
it makes
hustling.
the game so
No,
much
it's
easier.
not. It's not. I don't want 1-1. I want 6-5. And it's not
Why
even
is
like
it there
American,
then?
because
If it
there's no,
sucks, most games get it right.
because
with the
they're too
rules.
pig-headed in Europe to change it.
All right.
They don't know how to tweak the rules. In sports in America, if a rule's stupid and antiquated, they eventually tweak it and change it. It is the dumbest thing. That's why soccer will never work in the United States, because that offside rule destroys anything exciting from happening. If you sprint, if you out-hustle the defender, you're penalized for it. That's the dumbest thing. I couldn't get it through my head. When I played basketball, my whole thing was fast breaking and getting in front of the defense, beating everybody, getting rewarded for out hustling everybody. And in soccer, you don't get rewarded for that. I could not get it around me.
Why can women's tennis, they can win the match in 2 sets? That's a stupid rule.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, that's stupid too. But
yeah,
soccer.
Why
is
haven't they changed that?
What? But they need a committee to actually get their shit together and get out of the Stone Age.
It drives me crazy. That's why I never watched it.
Yeah, that's right. So that you're turned off to that.
Some of them finish the game in 50 minutes. 50, and they win the championship in like an hour. Yeah, they have to go to 3 sets in a championship final. And they're done in an hour and 10 minutes.
When I took
the guys play for 5 hours.
When I took the certification class,
oh, I love
the instructor. The instructor was explaining the rules, and I had to I never knew I played soccer as a little kid, but I didn't know the rules. No kid does. You just play running around to get aggression out, and you're kicking, but you have no idea what you're doing. So he's explaining the offside rule to me, and I could not get my head. I must have been so annoyed to him. Like, let me get this straight. If you hustle and you beat the defense, if the ball is passed to you, it's an offside and they nullify the play, and you go. I don't understand. That's like in basketball.
They don't want you to hustle.
You weren't allowed to throw an outlet pass. That is the dumbest thing. I still can't get my head around it. I'll never understand it. I'll never back it up. And that's why soccer is it fails miserably in the United States.
If they took that rule out, offside, would you go, now we got a game?
I might.
Okay. All right. That's all right.
I might.
That's good.
It would force the defenders to hustle more too.
Isn't it a shame when they
How
do
about two
this,
goalies?
they fuck up and they ruin the game?
How about 2 goalies instead of 1?
No, you'd have to make the goals bigger.
Well, they are big.
Make the goals wider. That'd be cool.
Hockey's goal is 1/10 what soccer's is. Well, they have 1 goal. Why not have 2 goalies? I'm just, they're afraid to change anything. And
one's harder. One's great. One goalie's great. It's brutal.
Oh my God! Look at Housey football here, guys. Arm's uncle dragging him to the San Gennaro Festival. Midlife crises. He actually was. My uncle lived in the real Little Italy, Holbrook, New York, which is much more Italian than Manhattan is right now. I might add. The last name is Del Broccolo. Is there anything more Italian sounding than that?
Oh, that's huge.
That's my mother's last name, real last name.
And by the way, I wanted to throw in all kinds of stuff like your midlife crises in your tribute, your 10-year tribute, but it would have just ballooned. And I could have made like an hour doco. I could expand it. I could expand that to like a 2-hour movie.
Do a director's cut.
Yeah.
I mean, each year you had new agendas on all through these years. You were attacking certain things. You were obsessed with the wig.
I know. I always have now.
You've cooled down. I can't believe I'm saying it because you still talk about it probably once a show, but you'd cooled down on the wig after a few years.
Not in my head.
The first few years, you were an animal about it.
Whenever I see Howard, no matter what, there is a 100% chance I'm thinking about his hair in my head. If I'm enunciating, if I'm articulating it, that's another story, and I will to those who want to hear it. But in my head, I'm thinking about his hair every time I see him. It never goes away.
The power of the arm. That's right. 10 years, everyone.
Yeah, Paul. He's great. Pee Wee Herman's great in Blow. Andrew Jenkins, if that's what you're talking about.
Fantastic.
He's great in that. He plays. That character was changed from real life. I don't know why. Derek for real. That wasn't his name in real life. I don't know why they needed to change it. We said that Blow. If you read the book, which I did before, do you know the story? Really quick. I'm getting on the Howard stuff right after this. And SNL. Do you know how that came about? And Denis Leary. This is a good story, I guess, if you're into Hollywood nerd stuff. Denis Leary was best friends with Ted Demme. Ted Demme passed away. He directed a bunch of good films, about 4 or 5 really good movies. Beautiful Girls being one of them. And Life with Eddie Murphy, a prison drama with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence. And so Ted Demme was best friends with Denis Leary from the Times at MTV. Denis Leary says to Ted Demme, look, I have this book. You'd love it. And I know you have some clout with your uncle in the film industry. I think you'd like this. He's turned into a film. The Blow was the book. So Ted Demme loved the book, and he loved them. Let's try to make this. So they're shopping it around, and the whole intent was to have Denis Leary play George Jung, and that makes a lot of sense. If you look at the real George Jung, he looks more like Denis Leary than he does like Depp. And Denis Leary's from the area; he could easily launch into these studios would not have Denis Leary, a washed-up actor, comedian, playing in this serious drama about cocaine. If you could up the stake, if you could find me an A-lister, we'll get the movie made, but it's not happening with Denis Leary. And so they found Depp, and that's how Blow got made. Depp agreed to do it. Thank God. Even though I don't think Denis Leary would have been bad. I understand what there's on both ends, that they're trying. The movie would never sell with him in the lead. They're thinking about the money aspect of it. So here is Victoria Jackson, Christian Cook. Does a Stern show in 2010, the one and only time. You'll recognize her if you watch the Dana Carvey years.
But so Lorne saw this on Carson and said, "I gotta have her."
I don't know. No one's ever told me.
I thought that was how you got hired.
Well, I got a call on my Kermit the Frog phone a couple weeks later. 2 weeks later, it said, "Congratulations, you're in the cast. Get on a plane tomorrow at LAX. Your ticket's waiting for you."
How many seasons did you do on Saturday Night Live?
6.
6 seasons.
Yeah.
And it wasn't easy because again, you had to come up with your own.
Howard knows. Look at the wipes. The Clorox wipes.
Right. Yeah.
This is what Tina Fey is talking about. Tina Fey is talking about. Now you see why she's angry? Look at that shit.
Material, right? You had to write.
Right.
And that's difficult.
And I was sitting in front of my IBM Selectric every day like this with a blank piece of paper. We didn't have computers in 1986. Right. And I was like, next door, Dana's going, church lady, and Lovis is going, away. The liar. And Hans and Franz, and I'm like, okay, I could talk in a low voice. And then what would the lady do?
Conan O'Brien was a writer on the show during your years, right?
Yeah,
And wasn't the story that you would run through the halls begging him and Lovitz to write you something funny?
Oh yeah, I begged everybody. I was like, and then I went to Lorne. I'm like, Lorne.
It's such a stupid show there, what they do there. You know how this goes, that the performers have to team up with writers to write for them. And the game is you're competing. It's so stupid. They're competing against their castmates, but they work on the same team and show.
Yeah, is that how it works? So you've got Norm Macdonald goes into the big room with the staff writers. They all the comedians go into the staff writers room and hang out and write together.
Initially they do, yeah, and then they all break off into little factions and start competing against each other. Like you're rooting against. It's like in sports. If I were a great individual player and I'm rooting for my teammates to suck because I look better. Which I do.
I didn't know that.
I saw an interview with Sherry O'Terry where she said that Lorne approached her one day and said, like, Sherry, are the writers writing you anything? And she said, no, not really. And she said, well, Gilda used to bake cookies, if that helps. Like, telling Sherry O'Terry, like, you got to kiss up to the writers if you want to get them to...
But you're so right. And then at the same time, it's not on him as the boss to change the system. It's like, this motherfucker, she has nothing. Please write for her. That he doesn't. Yeah. He wants what the game is that he's aligning them against each other to hate like manipulating and pulling the strings. So the performers hate each other and they're competing against each other, which he thinks is going to get the best work out of them.
That's like Howard.
Yeah, just like right.
Yeah.
Wait,
and
so John,
that's why we're doing the series. They're very similar. They run very similar companies.
Does Lorne reward the ones he thinks that are best by putting them near the end of the show, or at the front of the show?
That's a great question. So I was watching a couple old ones, and I was amazed at the sketches that were better at the end of the show than they were in the beginning of the show. That I completely disagree with the order in which he was. Because he has an agenda. Lorne Michaels is not. It's not funny. It's what's going to make a superstar. What can I sell? The pyramid scheme he has. So he's trying to feature, whether it's mainstream thing they're doing, like something current event-y, they'll put first. And it isn't going to be, it doesn't have to be the best sketch because it's current events. And then that weird, quirky one at the end of the show, you're like, that was amazing. And no one talked about it. Because Lorne Michaels' agenda, it doesn't fit his agenda.
You'd think the best ones would be at the start because you don't want people changing channel.
They want you to think that. They want you to think that, but that's not true. We're all different as to what we find our proclivities and what we find. And you don't know. I've heard stories that the best stuff gets cut, that they don't even make it to the air. Some of the best. I've heard stories of pitches that I'm like, that would have been unbelievable.
Maybe they know
you're not getting the best stuff. You crazy? Not even close.
Maybe people don't tune in until 10 minutes into the show a lot, so you wouldn't put it right at the start. I don't know how it works. So is he the one who decides all of that still? He decides the running order of the sketches?
The order of everything, yes.
He still does that on his own.
He ultimately decides what gets made and what gets the order that it goes in.
So boring for that man now. He's seen it all. It couldn't be... Oh, it's so jaded. They should have got him out of it years. Oh.
He has no purpose without the show, Bon, so he doesn't know what to do with himself. You know what I mean?
Does he do anything else? I don't know anything about him. Does he?
He's behind some shitty movies, and you'll see he puts his name on it, like all
Broadway video. Produces a ton of shows.
He controls.
Does he do charity shit and stuff like as he should do? Like
that. I don't
know about it.
Every celebrity's forced to do charity for PR. Whether he means it or not is something else entirely. You're always forced.
Monday to Friday, he's just in there with them all as well.
The show starts apparently Monday after. So he's more of a night crawler than I am. He doesn't show up to the show. He shows up at 4:00 in the afternoon on Monday or 5 or something, and then just hangs out. And they work till 6:30 in the morning. That's their hours.
God. Yeah. Oh my God!
Yeah,
that's crazy. All right,
I'm set up on his time.
It's on his timetable. You guys already know all this stuff. I'm sure everyone listening. So it's fascinating. Thank you for the info.
The only day off they have is Sunday, which I always thought that they Monday. They're all so they go to the party all night, right? And then the after hours thing, so and then they're off Sunday and they come back. I always thought they had Monday off. Some of them.
The other thing about the order of the show, I would say for the last 5 to 7 years, the order doesn't even matter because people are watching the show the next Sunday in
YouTube.
clips on YouTube. Yeah.
Now they're controlled by the YouTube world. David's right. Now that took him a while to get around to that, but he's so precious with the rights and stuff that he doesn't. Eventually, the show is broken. You know how Bon, you do the shorts for us? That's kind of what they do, right?
Yeah.
The sketches are broken down and they just sprinkle them around YouTube. So you don't even. David's right. You don't even. Doesn't really matter what order they're in at that point. If you're more interested in YouTube than the antiquated thing of watching that live.
And also, there's a huge library of cut for time sketches. So they post the cut for time sketches anyway. So it's like, I can't imagine the cast would get that upset if their sketch is cut for time because it's like, well, it's going to be on YouTube anyway, where more people are watching. So
what's stopping you from releasing them anyway? Right. Just do it anyway.
I don't care if it ends up on network TV because the, 60 plus year olds who are watching this in its live network TV broadcast, that's not the audience that I'm trying to sell to because I'm like a 23-year-old hotshot, Groundlings actor. I'm trying to build an audience of my generation.
I would love to talk to my nephew, both my nephews, because they represent, and they're a little. My oldest nephew's a little younger than you. You're 200 years old. He's 197.
Right.
But anyway, as a millennial, I would love to know what he and his friends do. They care about that show? I don't know if I've ever even asked them that. I've hung out at my sister's house so many Saturday nights, and I don't ever remember those kids caring about. And they all love pop culture. They watch every movie. They watch every TV show. They love sports. They love video games. I've never once seen any of them watch Saturday Night Live.
Blow me, Brendan. Blow me.
Now you and G Canada can team up against Brendan. This is like wrestling in here.
Well, he's Ralph. You're Ralph, Brendan. So it's not going to work.
Has G Canada said "blow me" to Brendan yet? Because that's usually what he says to him at some point or another.
I've said it to everyone, I think, as well. Probably, but everyone should say it. Why not? It's such an insult to say it to someone. But I mean, how? See, this is why Brendan is Ralph. Does Brendan have any sort of proclivities to?
The difference between Ralph and Brendan is Brendan's not a poser. Ralph is. Like Brendan is real, like almost like integrity to a fault. Where he's a really tough guy.
If that's true, then his comment here is not really representative of that.
He loves to harp on, like, if you can't say one grammatical error and sometimes
if he's having a go at me for saying charity shit and stuff, what about what John says? The times when John goes off on a rant, when John goes mental, like talking about hair color of superheroes and actresses. I love that clip. Wasn't that great? I cut out a lot of you going. You're going. I had to chop it a lot of it out to make it fit. But you were breaking. And Amy Adams was in that rant. I couldn't fit it all in, but you were angry about her red hair. What is wrong with those women or men to not change your hair color? It's like if you had Superman with red hair.
Yeah,
you just be like,
it's that egregious. Yes.
Why do they do it with the women and not the men?
I have no idea. Lois Lane is a raven-haired, fast-talking wise ass. That's what she is. She's not. There's no red hair.
It's because she's going to work on that movie for 3 months, and then she's going to do another one a month later.
They let her
she can't really dye her hair. She can't. She can't.
Amy Adams was enough of a star that she could bully Zack Snyder into telling her, "I'm not changing my hair. I'm doing it." You're probably right. That's exactly how it went down. You're probably right.
And I wonder how long it takes a broad to grow her hair. Let's say if you dye it and then let it grow, does it take a year? Any broads?
They could also do
people
wigs.
Who dye their hair? Yeah. Well, that's what John said. He wanted the wig. You were keen for a wig, weren't you, John? For them,
whatever the problem
was,
it's the most correctable thing in all of movies is getting the hair color right. It's the easiest thing.
I love the passion. I mean,
it's $4 to color someone's hair. $4.
That rant went for double the length that I chopped it down. You got into Amy Adams, and by the end of it, I thought it sounded like you were going.
You know what's worse, Vaughn? You know what's worse?
Yeah.
She wasn't worth it. She's boring anyway. It's not like she brought something to Lois Lane. She's the boringest Lois Lane. Kate
I
Bosworth
haven't seen it.
I've ever seen.
I should watch it then to see how bad it is. Would you recommend I watch it?
It's not that she's bad. It's just it's innocuous. It's boring. She doesn't move it along. She brings nothing to the character you haven't seen. They didn't need to cast her and waste money on her salary. So it's not just the haircut. She's not even good in the role. She's very average.
I love it. Anyway, I'll take that off. But Brendan,
I could not get my head around that.
Right, but every once in a while, a smart Harvard Jewish writer would throw me a bone or a little treasure.
That's the other thing about SNL, right, Bond? So they're so elitist, especially Lorne Michaels. He wants to make himself feel like he went to Harvard. So he hires, Letterman did this too. They hired nothing but Harvard Lampoon writers.
That's weird.
These are people that don't relate to anything normally. They're very much born on third base.
You want people like you, John. Like,
yes.
What do they call them? You're down the alleyways. You're partying. Yeah, you're having house parties. You're the beer bong. You're the guy drinking the beer bong at the party. That's the guys they want.
So
they get a whole bunch of John Hine type guys.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Like these wankers who think they're God.
And they have a very specific type of sense of humor.
I hope they don't get paid well. I hope that's the punishment. I hope they get paid like $100,000 a year, and it's just like
Norm Macdonald called that out all the time. I think did he say that, David? That the worst thing about that show is having to work with Harvard Lampoon writers exclusively, and they didn't get it.
I saw an interview with Norm had Roseanne on his podcast when he was still alive, and Norm was a writer on Roseanne, and he said that there were a bunch of Harvard guys, and then there were also a bunch of comics in the writer's room. And Roseanne said, the Harvard guys needed the comics to get them going, because the Harvard guys would just sit around watching TV on their off time for jokes to steal. So they all worked in the circuit of they'd be on Small Wonder for a season, and then they'd move over to Dinosaur, and then they'd move over to Roseanne, and they were just kind of sort of I know exactly. I know exactly what you're saying. What David's saying is and they do this in comedy, but he's saying that the Harvard Lampoon writers would steal material from sitcoms that went nowhere, that no one saw. So they thought, well, no one's going to watch Small Wonder at 4:00 in the afternoon on a Saturday. I'm going to steal this joke because it fits the plot line here, or I'm going to steal this from the shitty UPN show, and I'm going to use it on Roseanne because no one's going to catch it because nobody watched that show in the first place. And because Roseanne's bigger, they're going to think they stole from us. Right. It's like Howard stealing from Steve Dahl, but Howard has the world's largest media-driven city to back him up against puny Chicago.
And they'll think Dahl stole from him because Dahl only works in the Midwest. So why would this hick? Why would this Midwest, and Dahl's not a hick at all. He's super talented.
Super smart.
I'm just telling you the New York mindset. Why would Howard Stern, this iconic, crazy, successful, need to steal from this nobody in Chicago? That's the mindset.
Yeah, and the vitriol, the teenage tantrum vitriol that Howard spewed out through most of his career, that's intimidating to an audience. Where it's like, I'm afraid of this tantruming child in some weird way, and so I better believe him.
You hear the story Craig Gass told that Steve Dahl got terrorized by Howard's fans when he was coaching Little League and shit to that degree. This crazy shit. This fucking horrible, these just Captain Jenks reprobates of the world showing up at Steve Dahl's kids' Little League game. Terrorizing these, these kids are in elementary school. Housey football. Howard wanted his kids as little as possible. Any way you can slice it. We heard him say that, and he did. He admitted to that too. That's not theater of the mind. That's the real guy.
I think of that clip from 2003. Like, I was the best father. I paid for everything. That's his only qualifier. For
throwing money at it's the only thing that counts. Housey says, I was a child of divorce, and that's probably when divorce wasn't that common. Like if in my circle of friends, I don't think anybody's parents were divorced. But in my entire grade, let's say there's 330 kids in my graduate, I don't know, something like that. Maybe 5 kids' parents were divorced. That was, and I'm sure that quadruple than in multiplicity as the years went on, because we are so selfish now. We can't fight through anything and work through anything, that we get divorced at the drop of a dime now. And it was the divorce rate's way higher now. That's why when someone's married for 30 years, it's a pretty big accomplishment now. 40 years, 50 years, you should applaud them that they actually worked through stuff.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus and Brad Hall. For Hollywood marriages that they've
Hollywood's worse, right?
Yeah.
And I would get to do something brilliant, like Paul Simon on the island, me and him on a deserted island, and I make him a lawnmower for Christmas, and he makes me a placemat.
Yeah, G Canada's right. In an ultra Christian suburb, it is unheard of they get divorced. So it's like 19 out of 20, because it's
like ordinary people,
right? It's so unchristian to be divorced. You just don't want that out there. You just like, I need to hold down the persona that I'm a good Christian.
Right.
And and then Jim Downey wrote, when I'm the movie reviewer and I say here's 5 stars, means it's okay. 2 stars means it's really like stars. Anyways.
And Jewish.
And
that
gay.
is central.
Okay,
and
so she's okay. You'll love this. She's anti-Semitic, hardcore,
right,
and homophobic, and she owns it. She's not. She wants to hide behind the Christian kook thing. That's part of the Christian way. Is gay is bad and Jewish.
This was what year is this interview?
2010.
Okay, so this is like
12 or something, 11 or somewhere in there.
This is the height of the oh God, what was that church that would go to military funerals with like God hates fags?
Oh, God hates fags. God hates that. Howard had a show.
They were on Howard, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I forget the name of the church, but I feel like this was when they were the most prevalent, maybe in the news, or they were really showing up to a lot of different events and stuff. And I don't know, this particular era of like the Christian right, her transformation seems like it's in line with that time.
Apparently she's always been this way. You just didn't know it because there was no internet, like this stuff didn't get out there.
Right.
I want to give you people a compliment. Is there any demographic of people that have a thicker skin about being made fun of than gay people? Like you can't. You know how rattled Christians get when you make fun. Jews get completely rattled when you goof on it. Black people have a pretty good thick skin too, depending on like who does it. But I think the gay community probably has the thickest skin out of any demographic in terms of just getting goofed on, that they can roll.
They're waiting for it.
They're waiting for it.
In that
yes.
Kind of,
I'm big on
ingratiating.
I'm big on ingratiating myself too, and so it's sort of like, I that was kind of my move when I was like 18 or 19, was like, especially men, if guys my age got like playfully sort of homophobic with me, I would just make a darker gay joke at my own expense, because then it's sort of like you have
beat them to it, right?
So you can go. Right.
I took the piss out of it. You can't do anything with it anymore.
Right. And now we can talk like humans, like who has better French fries, McDonald's or Burger King? It's like.
But also too, it's showing that guy that you've picked up on what he's doing. Like you're not. It's,
right.
You know what I mean?
I'm not a whack packer for your amusement. I'm a human being, and I'll play along with you to get you to realize like, oh, the like, homophobic parent that I had that told me that the all gay people are sensitive or like overly woke or this or that. Like, my goal now is to go out and just prove that again and again, that they're just going to be overly sensitive. And so if I don't behave like that, and I actually like join in with the sort of playfully homophobic jokes, right, exactly, then I've sort of disarmed them, and they have to see me as a human. So I've done it many times,
but it's also insulting, like saying that a hetero looks at you like, what do you call it, a straighty or a heterozoid or something. What's the term? Anyway,
breeders.
They'll say, oh, this guy, you have nothing to offer but your sexuality. You're a gay guy. Like you, as a gay man, you have nothing to go on. You have no other thing. Your sexuality is the only thing I see you as. You don't have any other qualities to offer. And that's probably the biggest. I find that lesbians don't have that problem as much as gay men do. That gay guys are stereotyped in a much more myopic way than the lesbian is.
I think it's because I think it was Dan Savage was on Real Time with Bill Maher many years ago, and he said that, I
forgot about that guy.
He, infidelity or cheating or like fucking around with thank you for the emotional piano music.
By the way, Debbie, hold your thought. Gaga wants to have a coffee at a pump with you.
Yes,
and Tom.
we got to make that happen. No, but Dan Savage was saying, like, it's not that like gay men and lesbians are promiscuous, because that's always the thing that's lobbed at the LGBTQ community. It's that gay men probably cheat the most, and then straight men cheat next, in the declension, and then lesbians, there's the least amount of infidelity. So the problem isn't gay people with cheating, it's having a penis.
What was the thing you said about Kevin Spacey, whose whole thing is so strange now with his whole? I gotta get a Kevin Spacey and catch up on all the saga to this. What did you say that was the worst thing that happened to the gay community when Spacey came out as gay? You put it so well. How did you?
Well, because his sexual orientation was found out because he was, harassing a 14-year-old boy, and so my memory is that he was trying to frame it as like, they just hate gay people. They hate me because I'm gay. It's like, no, we hate you because you're a pedo. Like, that, there's already an entire culture in America that thinks because I am gay, that makes me automatically like a pedo.
And a bully. So he's trying to deflect from the real problem by saying, "Oh, you're homophobic, and you're the reason you think no, you are a proven pedo. That's not the problem. So he's trying to use, oh, I'm gay, you're homophobic as like a heat shield to get off. That's so, you're so right. That's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, and it's like it was a really like weird attempt at like a coming out sort of thing, it's like, anyway.
How's he football? I have never refereed and I'm a huge NFL fan, and I play. I'm afraid of it. When you said it's extremely difficult, I'm afraid of pass interference. I'm deathly afraid of calling pass interference. I feel like the pass interference can ruin the entire game, and the referees in the NFL, there's got to be 8 of them now, and they have replay to go on. But think about the old guys. I'm afraid to do football, and I just don't want to get. I had enough. My year was filled up more with basketball so much that I could almost do it 12 months a year, and then the other sports I would do like in the after, like so soccer and volleyball is great. Volleyball might be the best one to do, and so. But I'm afraid of football. I don't need it. But I'm afraid to do it. And I think that ship sailed. And you can call holding on every single play. I don't believe in the holding rule in the NFL. So I would be like, I don't know. I'd have my preconceived. I'm definitely scared of it.
So you kind of reference a lot about.
I say Jewish a lot?
I think you do. I think you're very.
Really?
You say everyone in Hollywood is liberal and Jewish.
And
that
gay.
Is something, and gay. This is something that you say. Are you saying it to be fun? You think everyone in Hollywood is Jewish?
Well, a lot of the powerful people are.
Well, there are powerful Jewish people in lots of places.
The people who had my life in their hands were.
And so, do you mean that in a way that is critical?
I don't mean it in a bad way. My dad told me Jews are the smartest people on the earth. And,
but isn't that sort of? But isn't that anti-Semitic in a way?
You quote your dad like he's God,
right?
Well, Howard. To her credit, what's the other option? The stupidest people in the world? What if she said that? You go along with that?
To the University of Chicago for
doesn't
6
mean
years.
anything.
Well, I agree with him, though. And also he has a good theory. The rabbis had a lot of kids, and the Catholic priests had no kids. So the smartest person in the Catholic world was the priest, and he didn't have any kids. So that's a good theory.
See, I'm starting to think the baby voice is something to tie him with.
Is there such a thing as an Aussie phobe, Bon? People who hate Australians.
Oh, I've never heard of that, but I'm sure there's people that hate us. I'm sure there's millions of people that hate us.
I think Tata Tuesday just coined that. I think he just coined that. That you gotta copyright that. That's good.
Phobe. Well, I've never heard of it, but let's say yes, sure, to make him feel happy.
So Howard's trying to do the daddy thing now with the baby voice and stuff. A lot of the tropes are coming out here with her, but she's almost doing that stupid like a Fox voice too, where she's like, I don't even know. I just think that gay people are not right. I don't know where I got it from. They don't breed, and we wouldn't. That's doing that thing.
It's very strange.
You can't tell what's shtick with her and what's not.
Yeah.
Radio Gaga goes, you know what? I think Lotus Notes needs to do a road show in LA. There's so many other stupid podcasters who do that here. That's actually a great idea. That would be fun with a live audience and stuff.
Your father, because
I would do the fake punch to the live audience so many times during that when you did not just look at him and do the fake punch.
It's true. You treat your
or even funnier is when you do the fake punch to someone who's not really there. So I would look off in a direction where there was really nobody, but make you think that there was someone coming, and I would do the fake punch like to the left.
Father, like he knew everything. You mention him a lot, and like he's the smartest man in the world.
The Bible and your dad.
I finished
because I didn't know this side of you, the super sort of conservative side of you. The whole thing with gays. To me, especially people in show business, you work alongside gay people all the time. A lot of gay people are actors. A lot of people are makeup and hair and show business. And it seems...
Isn't it funny that he brought up hair and makeup and gay people? Who are we talking about?
Tony
Who
Coburn.
does that from? Ralph Cirilla.
Ralph, yeah, right. Yeah.
He's basically channeling Ralph there.
It seems to me that you're so viciously against gay people. It makes me sick.
Vicious. That CNN thing, they were screaming at me, "Are you a homophobe?" And I was like shaking. I'm like, I don't have a irrational fear of gay people.
But aren't you against gay marriage? And you say gays are wrong.
Here's the thing.
That gays...
You have to take it up with God. God made the rules. He made a man and woman's.
Now, you could say that anybody who believes in a invisible man, in a literally fairy tale, is stupider than you've lost all right to judge gay people in any way, shape, or form because you believe in an invisible man. That doesn't exist. That just
the people that I've met in my life, and again, this was more like at the end of the second Bush 2 term. Who, when they met me and they found out that I was gay, and they kind of got cross arms, uncomfortable around me, like they weren't sure how to play it because they clearly just never met a gay person before. And I realized that, they're picturing their father meeting me. They're picturing their conservative, like maybe
it's all about them. It's all about Ed. It's all about what do I get out of you? How do I present you to my, what I mean? Like, it's not about anything else, but it's the most selfish mindset in the face of the earth.
I think but I think with that specific situation, it's sort of like their father would be uncomfortable meeting me. And if their father was someone who put bread on the table, put a roof over their heads, had the answer for everything, had enough foresight to make them feel protected, the idea of seeing that man uncomfortable meeting me would shatter their whole sense of protection. Like, oh my God, dad's uncomfortable meeting this person, so that means we're going to lose our house, Yeah.
Well, in your own head, aren't you concocting the scenario of how that goes down before it does? Like, oh my God, the way he's describing this guy, what am I walking into? You'd be terrified.
Right.
If that was coming at you, you'd come in there with like, pre-written out like material and trying to be on you. Like, nobody should live like that. You'd be a basket case if everyone's going to judge you like that.
Right.
Soccer is awful, says Aussie football. Most Aussie football is it was with A. Smith and Aussies, right? Bon Jovial. A. Smith loves soccer.
Hasn't this guy ever seen Australian footballs?
He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Built like shit houses, man. They'll kill you.
Oh, they're the toughest people in the NBA. The toughest people are the penal colony pals. They play the dirtiest and they never get injured.
Yeah, he's out of his mind.
Yeah,
he's obviously never watched Australian football, but
they're
you
tough
did,
SOBs.
John. I love that about you.
No pads.
You watched it. You watched it for a whole season, didn't you? You didn't have American football. Yeah.
In the early days of ESPN, they had no NFL. They had no NBA. They actually did have the NBA, and they lost it to TBS. They had very earliest days of ESPN, and then this is like pre-Michael Jordan era. And then they had no Major League Baseball until 1990. And so they had no licenses to these. I think they had hockey briefly. And so if you stayed home from school, my cousin had a time, he said, like, you get so bored, you wanted to go back to school because you're watching balloon races on ESPN at 2 o'clock. So I'm watching Australian football at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, like staying home sick on a Tuesday. There's nothing else on.
You saw that brutality. They're just killing each other.
So they're playing as vicious as an NFL, but they're not wearing pads. And they don't get hurt.
Exactly.
They don't sit out.
That's right. So that comment was absolutely pathetic.
No, it's crazy how tough they're the toughest athletes probably on the face of the earth. Even UFC wears pads and stuff, and they have I think it's way more unmolested contact in Australia. What I've seen of it. One of the biggest racist things, this is the last thing with sports, because Tattoo goes, Lotus Notes, the place for soccer talk.
Who would have thought?
The biggest double standard in all of sports, in terms of racism, is how in hockey, that the brawls in hockey, they are encouraged. They love it. The sport, people are tuning into hockey. If you had 1/50th the fights in the NBA, the sport would be canceled. It would be the Malice in the Palace in 2004. They're still talking about it because why? Because the NBA is 80% black and they can't fight, or they're thugs and they're gangsters. But if you're white, you can have fights for no reason in hockey at all. It's the dumbest thing, and the sport gets off on fight. People are watching for the fights. Right? Why is it all right? Why is that all right? Why is that not barbaric? Why is it? And they don't get suspended, and they don't get
because they wear helmets and they have.
It's become accepted in that sport, and it's like, if the sport's so great, why does it crutch on fighting for people to tune in? How come it doesn't stand on its own? No other sport crutches on fighting like hockey does. Why do you need
Malice at the Palace. I'm looking that up. I'll watch that later. The biggest
fight in the regular season.
The worst fight in NBA history. Malice at the Palace. Iconic moments. ESPN throwback. I'll watch that later.
Bon, it's hard to say because there were probably crazy fights in the NBA before there was footage of it. That you didn't have, cameras on the games or the league pass or anything like that. So you don't know what we missed. But I will say, the biggest racism in all of sports is what hockey gets away with fighting. And the NBA, you are a public enemy number one. If you have a shoving contest into the stands, you'll never convince me otherwise. That is blatant racism. And the NAACP should be fucking all over that. Why am I making the NAACP decisions for it?
That's right.
Why is
Dwight
me from
right now? It's you taking a stand.
I am taking a stand.
I want you to get an NAACP award, lifetime.
I want a Lifetime Achievement Award. A Lifetime Achievement Award.
Well, you just got a 10-year one, so you should see that medallion at the end. That was a beautiful gold medallion.
Somebody, Molly Quirm from ESPN made the same point I did. I couldn't believe it. She this is like a month ago she did this. I'm like, why are we the only? That is crazy. One little slap fight, one towel snap fight in the NBA at the end of the bench. These guys are suspended for 15 games. There's a press conference. Adam Silver's to come. Hockey, they're having fights before the game starts, and the refs look at it. It's so crazy it's the biggest double, maybe in not even sports, maybe the entire world. That is.
This was kind of a sports show today.
It is a sports show.
We did well, I think.
I
don't know what I'm talking about at all.
I believe the Bible is God's word, and I base all my worldview on the Bible.
I'm a Catholic. I'm Roman Catholic, brought up anyway. I don't, whatever. Every kid is, and every Guinea is, and Polak. And, I don't believe in any of this shit anymore. And there's no God on this world with all the ridiculous tragedies I've seen in my own life. There's no God controlling all this. And if you believe in that, you're part of the problem. So these people hide behind, it must drive you crazy, W, that you hide behind the Bible for being a sociopath.
She's pathetic.
Well, and I always feel like, people who sort of use religion, again, it's sort of like somewhat, you saw an authority figure that you're either afraid of or that you deeply respect or that gives you a feeling of protection, be deeply religious. You saw that person demonstrate their religiosity, and you figure like, I better jump on board with this because this person is the only way that my world is going to keep spinning,
or it's almost like they're taught, use the Bible, use Christianity as a heat shield. Anytime it goes wrong, you just hide behind the Bible and it's in the command. And this is what I was taught, and you'll have no accountability.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
So
I heard during the January 6th insurrection, some of those reprobates saying, God told me to do it.
Oh,
God
yeah.
told me to do it.
That's
the crowd you're running with.
That's right. And did this woman get a lot of pushback for this garbage she's spewing? Did she?
The good news is she's so irrelevant at this point that she couldn't. It wouldn't even register that nobody would care. Yeah, Chubby, I agree. Icing is stupid in hockey too. I know, I agree, and they're offside stupid too. You're so right. And how about in hockey? The only thing black is the puck, and they'd be smacking that shit around.
Let David talk.
I just wanted to, because I was trying to think of the name of that church. The Westboro Baptist Church is what it was, and a lot of their kids escaped. Like one of the daughters is, she got out because someone was fighting with her on Twitter about her really homophobic views and how can you be protesting at military funerals and everything. And a lot of it is just you see right there that it's sort of like, yeah, my parents brought me into this and they are the thing when I'm a kid that gives me protection and keeps me fed and gives me love and gives me unconditional love. But it isn't unconditional. There's strings attached that you have to go along with our sort of religious view. And if it means that it's taking this myopic view of the people around us and it's us versus the world, you'll go along with it because it's the only way that you know how to feel like you're going to get any acceptance from the people that love you,
And you don't have the balls to fight it.
Right. I mean, until you
stand up for anything.
Right. Until a lot of I forget the woman's name, but she was a daughter of the Fred Phelps guy that started the church. And she was able to escape because her Twitter troll, who I think she later married, actually was just kind of showing her like, no, look at this and look at how this article, negates this thing that you're raving about and all this stuff. So this sort of insane tie to religion, I think, is always a tie to an authority figure in your life. It's not about the religion itself. It's about the person that you can't imagine not being in your life, bringing you into it and then making it a conditional
well, it sounds like you're describing any cult, really. I mean, Scientology or Howard Stern or MAGA or whatever cult you're in. Just like the Stern show, like we watched right, Bon, you and I once a week probably have we got to get to it soon. We would talk about getting things done and that whole cult, right? Watching the Pelican Brief. I mean, that is cult 101. That speaking, the weird nomenclature and stuff, every bit of that.
Cult with fear and guilt being pushed onto his staff, fear of losing your job.
Yep.
Well, and the Stern show in a small way, and sorry, this is the last thing I'll say. The Stern show in a small way, even on an emotional level for someone like Sal, for example, like Sal as a younger person found him, even though it was over the radio, he felt like he was accepted by the Stern show of the 90s because it was the kind of humor that he liked, and no other outlet was providing that for him, And so when he goes to the show, and we talked about this a couple shows ago, where it's like the show completely changes when they go to Sirius, and Sal can't do the kind of humor that they were doing in the 90s, but he still can't quite bring himself to leave, because it's like, no, because that means that my childhood negates my whole childhood, you know?
Well, that combined with he's painted himself in a corner that he has no options. You can't.
And he has no options.
He's
right.
done. Your other source of income was you were a boiler room con man that stole. He actually was brought up on. There's a whole thing. We got to go into that. Documentation of he was in a big scam with them. That boiler room stuff,
Right.
and that's your legacy, is that, and the Stern Show, that you can't translate to anything else in life. That's all you have in your resume.
Yeah, I think Artie is another victim of that, where he and his he associates the Stern Show with his dad so much, because I think they would listen to it together.
Yeah, we got to stop impressing our dads so much. I think that's
right,
part of
right.
the problem.
If you're a man over 30 who sees no flaws in your father, you're an insane person.
Yes, true. True. And if you watch the Pelican Brief, I mean, Bond, you've probably seen it more than I have at this point, even though we are the ones who leaked it. Surprise, surprise. On Daily Motion. I'm going to take full credit for it. And so
there you go, everyone. I wonder if that'll run by everybody's mind there. Just think about that for a moment.
Right?
Everyone
Bring
listening.
back Jackie. So during the thing, Howard's doing his thing where a good cult leader, right, has no accountability, that he's blaming the staff for what he claims the show is in. What do you mean the show's in trouble? The show's in trouble because you don't have enough celebrity friends? You're getting $100 million a year on top of AG. What is in trouble? What does that mean? It's going to go, that's not every decision on that show you made. You did this. You hired these people, and you're blaming these stupid little talentless fucking pinheads that's how you know a cult leader. Like, the fact that he couldn't take a scintilla of accountability in that seminar was crazy. He was blaming them.
Right.
And we actually went along with it initially. And then finally, I don't know who it was first that said it, like, he's blaming, that's your show. Everything is what you want it to be.
Yes.
You're the problem.
The best example of that is in the Pelican Brief. He's talking about how the celebrities are scared of the photos of Jeff the drunk in the green room, and it's like,
yeah, that's you put it out there.
You let Jeff on the show. No one's telling you how to run that fucking show. You know.
Do you think someone else is letting cardboard cutouts of Jeff Currow go up in the hall? You don't think that's his decision to do that?
Yeah.
And he's pretending that it's not him? That is insane. Who knows what we missed in the second half of that thing? Would somebody have the balls to say, Howard, that was your idea, Jeff's poster?
Well, and I think what Howard's saying in that moment is like, why didn't you stop me? Like, you people, don't you like
throw your body in front of me and then post Jeff the drunk poster?
Because Howard does that a lot, where it's like, you know, I'm insane, or I don't have a good memory, or like, you should just, it's the classic talking to Stuttering John thing of like, you should just know. Don't talk to me about it. Like, even though that's what you should do, you should just know. Yeah.
I can't wait to, I mean, again, there's so many shows lined up. We're going to do a Joe Rogan series after this.
Oh yeah.
Howard versus Rogan. And I got a bunch of,
that'll be great.
Yeah. It's going to be, hopefully we get at stuff that hasn't been done. And it's good, you know, and it's amazing how I was never a super Rogan fan, but I kind of liked him for a while. Now I hate his guts. And he's just such a, if you don't, what do they say? If you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. The conspiracy theories, he's a fucking flip-flopping.
The COVID talk he did was just brutal. And I've just got to give a bit of, I'm going to talk to A. Smith like you talked to me last show when I was in the chat, John.
Hey, look, A. Smith, you're out of control. You're talking in all caps. It's enough. You've had too much alcohol. You're trying to derail my life and my show, my dream. Calm down. It's not about you. It's not about you. We don't care about your dreams. We don't care. Calm down.
We want them to die.
That's what I said to Hughley. Did you just conflate Hughley's
bit of a callback there. Bit of a callback for you. Love it.
Smith is such a nice guy. A. Smith's such a mensch that he gets the only right in caps pass that you can get on the internet.
You're handing out passes. Jeez,
yeah, I'm handing out passes.
Doesn't know how lucky he is. Look at that.
My whole goal in life, Bon, and you beat me to it, is to get the immunity that Bill Burr and Doug Stanhope have is to be the most politically incorrect libtard that you can be, where you could say offensive things, but they know you don't mean it, and then they know you're.
Rickles.
Yeah,
that's what. It's unbelievable, and that's 10 years of work. You're a hero. God.
I just have to say, like, the one arm thing I want in that tribute is your text exchange with Artie as Jamie Presley.
Oh, by the way, so thank you for reminding me. Okay, Bon, so remember you and I talked about AI?
Mm-hmm.
So you can do that. So now if I have the AI up, right, and I have the text exchange,
it'll talk
Jamie Presley talks as a female, then I can pause it, switch the voice to a male, then Artie goes, and I could just do that throughout the whole thing. You actually can do that in the middle of a recording. You don't have to start it over.
I'll send it to me, and I'll switch the pictures. I don't know, so like you can see Artie's and then the other Jane. We've got to do that. Good, very good, David.
For next show.
And what about you know what you need? You've got to get onto Gunk and get those DMs that Stuttering John sent you, because he's so angry that you won't reply, but you've never told us what you said once. One day I'll do a show where I reveal John's DMs.
I said
I'm
that.
sure they're salacious. I'm sure he's wanting to borrow a couple of grand from you or something like that.
No, that's from Twitter. That's not from Radio Gunk. That's from Twitter.
Oh, well.
That's why you should be angry that I can't get on Twitter.
That's why I am. I want to know what it was that he was DMing you, and he was so angry that you weren't replying. He wanted something. Did he want to hang out with you?
It was Sarah that told me he was even looking for me. I think I was either still up, or maybe it was like, she's like, Stuttering John's talking shit about you on Twitter, and then I see, and he's in the DMs. We had this exchange going back and forth. I'm like, you gullible motherfucker, you believed them saying, like, can you possibly, and I'm just going into the whole troll thing, but I mean, that goes back. He's got to be, I mean, just this whole fucking who are these podcast dabblers shit. Every day, all day, there's a new enemy, and he's friends with this, and so it's so exhausting. It's so
someone had told him that you were dissing him. Is that
somebody tried to impersonate me? Somebody tried to impersonate my, I think it was Squabble Lane email address, and he thought it was, which I could see thinking it's me.
That's what he did all the time. Somebody told him in the live chat, say, 2021 or 20, that Anthony Cumia, they just wrote Anthony Cumia was dissing you on his show last night. And then John just goes into a 5-minute tirade about Anthony.
I screamed at him in my thing. I go, John, I'm more liberal than you are. You think it's just political? I'm far more left than even you are.
The dickhead comes on the show a few days later and found out Anthony had said nothing about him.
Yeah.
And then he says, oh, yeah, and everything I said about Anthony, I take that back. But he said all those horrible things that everyone says about Anthony.
Because he's like Trump in that way. All you got to do is compliment him.
Idiot.
And he really, all you got to do is
But he did it to Monique too. He thought Monique was trashing him, and she'd said nothing. And then he was calling her the C word in DMs, and the DMs came out.
She was really good to him. She fucking set his computer thing up. I think she
taught
McDowell's
him how to podcast.
She did that for McDowell's too.
He wanted her to be on his podcast because for the first few podcasts, Monique was sitting with him on the air, showing him how to do it.
Yep. And
she's the one to blame for him.
Yeah, you could almost look at it like that.
Podcasting. It's so funny.
That was the beginning of it.
And then he calls her the C word. It's such an asshole.
It's never enough. It's never. You can't kiss his ass.
If she hadn't helped him use this software, which would have had to have been, you press the start button. She would have had to explain it to him like he was an absolute mutant. And she went to all that trouble. And if she hadn't done it, it would have taken him months to come on to start his own podcast. He would have had to find someone else to help him because he's that kind of guy. He's got to have the Suzuki method. Someone shows him how to do it. He can't read a README file that tells you how to do it. Someone has to go, you press the power button on your computer to turn it on. It's like that. It's fucked. I hate people like that.
See, they're McDonald's. I'm McDowell's.
I like it that David got the Suzuki. You loved that, didn't you, David?
I learned the piano and cello through the Suzuki method. So,
there it is. It's very effective for children.
But you understand
what were you,
intellectually
90s?
that the Bible was written by a man. You
I have
understand
gay
that.
friends, and I have gay friends, one since Auburn University, and I don't think of them as I don't make their identity their sexuality. To me, he's my friend.
Wow, I didn't realize she said that. That's exactly what we just said. That the worst thing you could do to a gay guy is your whole identity is your sexual. And I'm not defending her at all. She's part of the problem, but that is crazy. She said that.
You called it.
That's crazy. What are you going to say, David?
No, it's just like, well, that's very convenient. But meanwhile, like Westboro Baptist is showing up at military funerals with "God hates fag" signs, you know.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Yeah,
I don't
cancel that.
She's got nowhere to go.
She has one gay friend. She has one gay friend, and now that doesn't count. So it's canceled it out.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So I'd love for my sexuality to not be part of the discourse, but you know, there are some people that want me to get into conversion therapy, or like they make a big deal of it. And so yeah, it's something that, you know, it's part of the conversation at large, and so it's got to be part of my identity until it's not, you know. So that would be fucking nice, Victoria Jackson. But
yeah, we could do a whole show on conversion therapy.
Just cursed.
I know, I love it when he curses.
You gotta get it.
It's so right. I had to ask him to do it because I knew he never would. I love it.
This said, was it Kobe Smulders in Avengers 2? She goes, Tony, Steve just said a bad language word. That's when Captain America curses. It's just as effective.
It's like the one F word that they can allow in a PG-13 movie. One David.
Yeah, they get one.
F word. Right.
One's okay, but 8 is out of control.
They might remember the word after 8 times, right?
Yeah.
Andrew Jenkins, that's a great point. I'm not sure if this is, but that reminds me of, so yeah, Joe Rogan considers himself the comedy police. And he had this feud with Denis Leary, like Louis C.K. did. And so he was running around, and was it a Carlos Mencia, he called him? And so one of the chapters in our thing with Howard and Rogan is Howard accused Rogan of stealing something for Fear Factor from him.
Right.
And that is the worst thing you could say to Rogan. So when Rogan says he has a problem, when Rogan's asked about Howard, he's very nebulous and vague, and he doesn't really. He's like, no, you know, I just want to be a fan again. I don't want to. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
He
played a little bit of the Pelican Brief a few years ago, and he didn't even diss it properly. It was like, what are you doing? If you're going to play it, get it right.
The worst take on it of all time, exactly. And
I saw Rogan on his podcast like maybe 5 years ago talking about how out of touch Howard was with the idea that people should start in terrestrial radio and not start a podcast. Like,
because he had Ari Shafir on, and that was the feud. Right.
Yeah.
No, and so that was right. That was as hypercritical as Joe would ever get with Howard. Right. Was that? It's like, no, and he was pretty. I remember him being pretty passionate about it during that. He's like, no, you don't have to go to a commercial break. You don't have to. Or maybe it was Ari Shafir that did it. He's like, no, you don't have to know that. The world's changed. This isn't happening anymore like you want it to happen. You don't need to do that. You don't need to know the rules of fucking cousin Brucey radio anymore.
Right. Yeah. And by the way, can I just say one more thing about Victoria Jackson? Like, her saying it's the equivalent of saying like, you know, I love you and I love everything about you, but I really hate the woman that you married. But we can still be friends, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
there are relationships like that where like your sister hates your wife, you know, and you just can't be around her, and it ruined the whole marriage and shit, or your mom hates her or whatever.
It's like, listen, I've had people say to me, like, I cannot be friends with you because you're gay. And it's like, okay, I understand. That's your choice. It's
bullet dodged as far as we're concerned, or you're concerned.
Bullet dodged, exactly. But it's the people that are sort of like, no, but I still want to be your friend. I can't accept this biological imperative about you. And
Bond, stop it. Biological imperative. If you got that.
I love it. I'll get it after the show for sure.
Biological imperative.
This is biological imperative that I can't control, nor did I ask for. You know, that it has nothing to do with me. It's just who I am, and I'm going to live my life honestly to be happy and be nice to people. Then yeah, I don't know why you'd want to be in my life. I don't understand. You can't just cherry pick what you. Sorry, I'm getting really.
No, I would say that I'd
loving
want
it.
to be
We
in your
love
life.
you.
I'd want to be in your life just based on your Instagram and the vocabulary you have.
That's
in
right.
your
We
videos.
love you in our lives, and anyone who doesn't is useless.
You're crazy.
I'm trying to get speechy today. I'm sorry.
You're absolutely
Speechy
beautiful.
Coakley.
Everyone, give him a standing ovation in the chat, and give John a give John a thumbs up for 10 years. Everyone, we should probably give us your money soon, but we love
Now
you,
play it now,
Daveen.
play it
Thank
now.
you. All right, well, I've got to go over to the thing.
Oh, let's let Victoria Jackson finish, and then we'll play.
Yeah.
All right.
we got to give her the.
Tamara Francois is same with black people. Exactly. It's the same.
How's
thing
I'm
that
looking
you
for
can't
Paul
control
Rubens
and-
documentary's coming out. Wow, that makes sense. I'm looking forward to that, Housey. And all I can think about is Blow during. How much time will they spend on Blow? And really, it's just such a small part of his life. And I have such depth on the brain that all I can think of is how much time are they going to spend on Blow? I just all I think about. Here we go.
Theater loving, funny.
Yes,
friend.
but
I mean,
you have disdain for the
why
lifestyle.
is it identity, his sexuality? I
But
don't want her to
Victoria,
think I'm.
Victoria, you have disdain for their lifestyle.
No, I don't have disdain.
You say they shouldn't be able to marry.
I don't think that we should. There's such a thing as gay marriage.
But don't you think there should be?
The definition of marriage is man and woman.
But let's change the definition. Why not?
Because
why can't
that would
people who
make
love
God
each other?
mad.
Well, do you really know what God is thinking?
What a child. What a fucking
pig.
child.
Do you
That's
buy that
just
though entirely?
disturbing.
That she believes that, or is that shtick she's hiding behind? That it's just a hateful idiot, that.
Yeah, she hates, and she knows how to hide it, I think. But David, please.
Well, no, I think that again, I don't know if she, I don't get a Dennis Miller vibe from her in the sense that she's trying to use a conservative point of view to kind of, she's trying to parlay it into some kind of career or extension like Dennis Miller did. I think she sincerely believes this, but I also think that she believes it because someone who is an authority figure in her life believes it, and she wants that person in her life forever. And so not believing in God means not believing in this person who is really important to her. She mentioned, I think in this interview, she mentions her father.
Yeah.
So she's probably scared to death. I'm assuming her father is deceased at the point of this interview too. But again, it's
Maybe not,
you don't.
maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah. But again, it's you see with people like Artie, how obsessed they get with this intimidation factor with their parents. And as long as my parents are happy, that keeps everything in orbit, and I can't defy them because then I'm going to be unaccepted. I'm going to be unloved or something. I really think that it stems from that, I don't think it's even a belief in going to heaven. I think it's just, I've got to keep these people on earth happy with my religious bigotry.
Yeah, Radio God goes, I loved Victoria Jackson as a kid, but she was really good on the show. I'm telling you, you don't last on that show as a female for 6 seasons and that cast and not be good at what you do at some point. She was good in many ways. It does not make her someone, does not give you a pass in every other facet of life that you suck at. What was I going to say? Oh, so what David said about Dennis Miller, the theory is that he looked at Jon Stewart and he looked at Bill Maher and he looked at these guys. Oh God, I can't do that anymore. I'm going to go to the right because there's nobody doing that for the right. And I'm going to be this Fox News hand puppet. And to use his own terminology against it, like a shopping cart with a bad wheel that pulls to the right, no matter what way you face it. In every situation, what you could turn into Obama's fault, then it's Nancy Pelosi's fault, and so while he's lionizing some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the right, and then they're all stupid. But when Sarah Palin is your Sherpa, you know what David said is 100% true, that he will just go along. You can't. Even he's not believing his own bullshit that he needed a script, and it was proven with what's his name from Fox from oh God, what was the CEO who passed away that Russell Crowe played?
Roger Ailes.
Roger Ailes as a outline for them to behave and to say and talking points that they have to make, otherwise they're not going to lie. I think he made
it's true.
Yeah, there's a
And
whole.
go
ahead.
I can illustrate it so well. Like a fake video I made actually got into Sarah's head and made her return to the podcast, which we'll just have a look at now. Look at
Sir, here we have an executive order for the Sarah Man to return to the podcast and to start an OnlyFans account.
That's a big one, huh? A lot of people are waiting for this for years, for decades. And everything will be revealed.
Look at that.
Okay?
But Sarah, he signed it. So it's Sarah's name on it. So that's not real. I hope everyone understood that. But a week later, Sarah was back on the show. And that's
can't be a
something
coincidence.
inside her mind had to. She knew it wasn't real because she didn't actually receive any order. But Trump, the righty, the Trump giving it, she said, I think I need to come back. It's the right time. That's it.
Yeah, it can't be a coincidence. It can't be. Not her obsession with Corey Feldman had nothing to do with it.
That's the righties, though. The liberal, the Republicans. She got the order. I'm trying to bring it back to what you were saying. You know, the influence is what I'm trying to say.
Corey Feldman, her Corey Feldman obsession is so bad. It's so runs so deep. Not only did I get the 3:30 in the morning email from her with this rant that I put to AI, she would not accept. So she tried to bequeath the thumbnail creation to me now because it's about time I let you swim kind of thing. And she was doing it. So she gave me the program. I'm kind of doing a very basic bitch thumb. I'm very proud of them, but they're very basic bitch. I'm going to get better with each one.
I love it the way they are. Or just don't ever change.
So she has me give the thumbnail from the Feldman Show for a 6th time. She revises the thumbnail 6 times and sends them back to me in 6 different emails.
I love this. Tell
That's
more.
how obsessed with Corey Feldman she is. I don't think people realize. It wasn't a Corey Feldman thumbnail wasn't good enough for her. She revised it 6 times. That's the perfectionist filmmaker that came. It comes
Although
out
she
there.
loves Corey, she loves Corey so much. I still think that executive order, the fictional executive order from her hero Trump, still had something to do with her coming back.
Could be both. Could be a little both.
By the way, tone cut with the line of. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Tone cut with the line of the night. David, I can't be friends with you, not because you are gay, but because you play classical instruments. I guess you can say I'm a xylophobe.
Oh my God, that's the best one I've ever. That's brilliant.
Okay, that is a great line.
For anyone who doesn't know.
Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
Wonderful.
But you don't intellectually really believe that Bible was written by God, do you? You kind of know a man wrote that.
God breathed, inspired by God. 2 Timothy 3:16. All Scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction, righteousness. I went to Bible college.
But wouldn't you agree that people have the right to get?
I came like out of a script, right? Like she had the Bible with her, and she
cult.
It's a verse.
Yeah, that's cult speak. You gotta play that back for her. Like this is a woman who spent 6 years on a satire show where the whole job is to make fun of that.
That's the point. Yeah, that's such a great point.
And if you played that back for her in Lorne Michaels' office, like this, we need to make fun of you now.
You know, and I sometimes, it's funny you bring that up because sometimes I think about how there's part of me that wants to go through all 36 years of The Simpsons to see if they ever make fun of Scientology or if they avoid it because Nancy Cartwright, the voice of Bart Simpson.
That's a great question.
Oh my God, I'm going to look it up now. You're brilliant.
That is great.
I didn't even know she was one until you just said that.
There's nobody more humorless about themselves than Scientologists. That
I'm
they
looking it
might
up
be above
now.
anybody.
There was a voice actor on South Park that I think quit the show because they were going to do a Scientology episode.
Wow.
I'm kind of forgetting that there is a story there, but I think there was.
We might have to go through all the stuff with Howard and the cult. Remember when Catherine Bell, who was on in 02, who's a noted Scientologist, she got really freaked out when Howard kept, he had that, circle back to the same thing. Like it's like Erica Durant and the naked parties. You could not get off the Scientology, which, it's understandable, but she's a lot more than that. And she gotta go.
I'm sorry to interrupt. He also I think the first or second Kirstie Alley interview he did in 2015, he was giving her no pushback about, she brought up people criticize Scientologists, but we're really health.
That's right.
She made some
because he's in a cult, because he's in one that's very similar to. I can't. Would you say that Getting Things Done is one step away from Scientology if it's not that already?
Sure. It is for sure.
Same with
it's a way to live and make your life so much better. It promises so much.
Yep.
Same with Transcendental Meditation. It's also a cult.
It is, but it's all linked in. It's part of the David Allen thing. You'll see. It's so much. It runs so much deeper than that. But David, did you and I watch the Seinfeld, the outtake of comedians in cars with Howard and Seinfeld at the diner? It was like an extra 6 minutes they did for TM.
No,
TM. Oh, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
They're both in the cult.
Yeah.
Just from cursory looking, it doesn't seem like there's much references to Scientology, so that's backing you up. And when they do, it's more, you could read it into being Heaven's Gate or Jonestown type stuff than Scientology. That's what I'm looking at now. There's apparently, Nancy recorded a voice, an answer machine message, this is what I'm reading, for Scientology. You'd call the number to get involved.
They played it on Howard. Yeah.
Oh, she did a little Bart Simpson voice as jokingly. That's what it says. I have never heard of it. John, we need that next time.
How about talking about Baptists in front of Bill Cartwright? How about that? How does that go down, right, guys? Rick, that's a good point. Muslims are no better, throwing people off roofs and shit. No, all religion sucks, really. I feel. I have no tolerance for any of it, to be honest with you. Anymore.
It was Isaac Hayes. Benjamin said on South Park, Isaac Hayes played the show.
Oh, right. Chubby Pickle says, I've been married for 15 years. I can't stand her. She can't stand me, but we never get a divorce. Remember that Colin Quinn joke with Robin when he goes, Robin's boyfriend, Mr. X, has a very important job for the government. Oh, really? Is that what the brothers are calling it now, Robin? I call it married with 2 kids.
People have the right to do whatever they want in their bedroom with whoever they want. That's not the problem. The problem is when it enters the political scene and you're going to teach 5-year-olds, you're going to make 5-year-olds wrap their brain around Becky has 2 daddies. That is stealing their innocence because they
called My 2 Dads with Greg Ebigan and Paul Rudd.
Can I address this? I'm sorry, you're playing I have to address all these points.
I didn't know it was going. Yes, I didn't know. I only saw a little bit of this, and I wasn't hoping to stoke you with it. I knew.
No. I'm happy to talk. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm happy to talk about it. So, this notion of I have gay friends who are married and they have kids. They had kids either through they adopted them or they had them through a surrogate or whatever it is. And this whole idea of we can't explain what gay men are to our 7-year-old children. It's all they need to know is that it's I have 2 dads who love each other the same way you have a mom and dad who loves each other, in the same way that 7-year-olds aren't learning about gay sex in the same way that 7-year-olds aren't learning about heterosexual sex.
Right.
All they know is
I didn't know shit about sex until I was
exactly. I remember I found a porno in the park, where we would run around when I was in grade 5 or 4.
Do you know how ill-equipped my parents were?
I just put it in the bin. I was I don't even know what that is. What? Yeah.
What, John?
No, he's right. Bond's right, and you're right. You know how ill-equipped the parents of my generation were to talk and teach sex to their kids?
Right. Yeah.
And even in health class, they were uncomfortable doing it. There was just no way you could learn from that.
I remember my parents said, "Oh, we don't need to go through the whole sex talk, do we? You know all of that." And I knew the whole idea, how it all works. So I was like, no, I'd prefer we didn't. So I was probably 8 or 9 or whatever, but you knew what the deal was, but you didn't need it to, they didn't want to, I guess, because of course they wouldn't. Who would?
So my point is that, like, you know, as far as kids know, it's like, yeah, your parents are 2 men, they're 2 women, they're a man and a woman. You could be raised by a single mom, a grandparent, an uncle, you know, I mean, all you know is that it's like, yeah, there's an adult in my house who makes sure that I'm, you know, fed and clothed and have a roof over my head. And you don't know anything about the sort of like sexual ramifications of the relationship as kids, no matter who it is, whether it's straight people or gay people, you know?
And on the other end of it, like, in all fair, like, my parents had nothing to do with, like, you know, they wouldn't suspect anything sexual of me either. Like, there'd be none of the stories like, he's like, I don't know, he's been in the shower for 15 minutes, he has night court on pause with Marky Post scene. I don't know what that means.
Court. For me, it was Josh Hartnett in 40 Days and 40 Nights.
Josh Hartnett. That is a name that he just vanished, that guy, right?
Vanished, yeah.
He was like on the verge of being this massive star.
He had a 4-year shelf life, yeah.
Maybe it's bringing them into reality. There's lots of people with 2 daddies.
Show them a murder. Show them someone shooting someone.
Well, they do that all the time on TV.
Well, they shouldn't. That's why we didn't have a TV.
We didn't have one. There you go.
How do you have a TV but you aspire to be on Saturday Night Live?
Oh yeah,
this
this isn't making sense at all. How she ever had a job, and if Lorne knew about this, would he have hired her? No, it couldn't have been.
She's equating consensual sex between 2 adults to be the same thing as murder.
Yeah,
you know,
that's where it's going.
Right,
that's where it's going. Oh, nice use of promiscuous, Rick. It reminds me of that Nelly Furtado song, "Promiscuous Girl," with a reference Steve Nash in it. That was bizarre. One of the weirdest sports references in all of music ever.
Well, first of all, I mean, you know, gay men are, let's put it in contemporary terms, it's like gay men are probably the most sex positive, and then like it goes down to, you know, it's the problem is men are horny, and so the whole thing I was trying to say is like the problem with if there is promiscuity and that's a boundary in your relationship, men are typically the perpetrators of, you know, the boundary crossing, you know. So,
and they got to do all the hard work. I mean, you got to make the move, you got to do the run, you know, the guys have all the heavy lifting to do when you're courting someone. Let's face it, that's the way we've been, unless you're Canadian women don't play by those rules.
And my point there was sort of like, you know, people, Victoria Jackson would probably have big issues with with lesbians, but it's like lesbians are less promiscuous than heterosexual couples, you know. So like your theory is crap, you know.
You're housing football. One last. He's talking about high school youth football and parents going crazy on referees. It's really bad housing. It seems like it's gotten worse with the entitlement now, and there should be strict laws in place. I'm amazed how many laws there aren't. It's really a pyramid. I reffed a lot of AAU for a while. I did it for about 5 years, and it was amazing what they let the parents and coaches get away with because they paid so much money into the AAU system that they had absolutely no concern for the officials and what they had no consequences. They had no, and I knew so many great referees that just stopped doing AAU because of that. And I did too. It just wasn't worth it. There was so many other leagues you could do where they treated like a human being.
Oh God,
David, you were on the right track, as you can see here. The Simpsons has never directly mocked Scientology, so they'll use it. They're never going to say the name because she would crack the shits. Yeah, so you were spot on, and I love it. I never thought of it. Well, I didn't even know she was until you told me. So thinking about it, there you go. Isn't that great? Of course they won't, because she would get furious.
Hey, Bon, there's an ad blocker called
scary to something maybe.
There's an ad blocker you can put on your Google Chrome called Pi.
I've got one and it's garbage.
Apparently, it works pretty well. I don't know. You try it. It's got like 5 stars.
Genius. I had this other one that I think everybody had, and they stopped making it now, and you had to get a different one. What was it called? Pi? Did you say?
P-I-E.
I will definitely get it.
It's in the
this
Google
one
Chrome
is not
store.
doing what I want.
It's free. It's not like you're paying for it. So just try it out. See if it works.
I need it.
By the way, I was in Australia 2 days ago when I used my VPN to change the from my AI. I was only there. It was for 3 hours. Then I went to the Netherlands. I was exhausted. What jet lag going to 4 countries in like 3 hours?
That's 10 years of this too. You've been doing this for 10 years.
It'd be beautiful.
I legitimately count those as places I've been when I use the VPN.
Oh,
I've never been out of the country. I do.
Well, I've been to Bosnia then, and I've been to all these places. It's so funny.
You know what I do? I'm so neurotic about the VPN now. Is I'll use a place that is so lawless that they'd be afraid to come after you because you're from, I don't know, like whatever, like
Kazakhstan.
Yeah,
I love
Middle
it.
East.
I love your
Something in
mind.
the
You
Middle
put
East.
on a
international
Borat costume.
They're not coming near Afghanistan, so I'm gonna.
I love the mind of the 10-year arm. Isn't this 10 years? And you're still hitting it. You hit your mark every show. You got zingers coming out.
God, it's the Lexapro talking.
Maybe it's beautiful that two men can love each other and raise a child.
I'm just saying,
Is that
take
so
it up
bad?
with God. It's not me. I didn't make the rules.
But why can't they show that on TV? Why can't they do that in the school and make people tolerant?
Why can't the liberals?
Here's a look into Sarah's bio, Bon. You love this. Chubby, the only way you mentally survive all this is to simplify it as much as possible. My divorce took me 3 months during COVID. It should have taken 2 weeks. I was basically just left with my name. That sucks. If only Sarah had Allison Stern's lawyers, right?
Yeah. Oh God, the Jump Street Blowfish.
Sal Janko's right. He got destroyed. I would love to know that full story. Who he was married to and what happened. Right. You know she's some groupie at the Viper Room. You know she was.
It wasn't Mindy, what's her face from Mindy Cohn? It wasn't Mindy Cohn.
No, that was this Jump Street wife. She's not.
I know.
3 months is still nothing to sneeze at. If you can get out of the whole thing in 3 months, that's pretty good deal. It's not like 3 years, dragging still, but.
Sarah, Terry Sweeney was the first openly gay SNL cast member. He was in that weird season, 85, 86.
Yeah.
That's Robert Downey Jr. and Anthony Michael Hall, and that's Dennis Miller and John Lovitz's first season, and somehow they survived that to go to the next year.
They got to do a reunion of like, wait, you were on SNL, like Christine Ebersol and all those people.
Downey and people are freaked when they hear Downey was on the show. People are like, what? And the worst part is he was 20.
Yeah, right.
And Anthony Michael Hall was 17. How do you even get on that show at 17?
Yeah, that seems like it should be illegal, huh?
Anthony Michael Hall was in. People forget he was in Edward Scissorhands. He played Winona Ryder's boyfriend. He was the bully boyfriend.
It's a far cry from his Breakfast Club nerdling role.
You hadn't seen him for a while, so when he popped up on Scissorhands, people were like, "What?" It only been like 2 years, but in those years, it was like if you disappeared at all,
right?
It was like, "Oh my God, Anthony Hall!" They just took him off the dung heap and scrap heap.
Tolerant and let someone else have a different opinion than them.
No, you can, but when you're trying to
Why should I be persecuted because I don't agree exactly with everybody on TV?
But are you persecuted? I don't think you're the persecuted one. I think gays are persecuted.
I got like 70 pages of hate mail.
Well, of course. I mean, when
Housey, you're crazy. Hockey fans fight all the time. There's so much footage of them crawling into the fucking stands they do that all the time. It's like I see that once a week on highlights. They always do that.
Well, that's persecuted.
Well, it's not that you're not entitled to your opinion. I think it's a very hot topic.
I don't send 70 pages of hate mail to Glee. I didn't send them one letter.
I don't believe that. I believe she does. And Mark's
she's on a radio show saying that you don't deserve the right to be with the person you love and get the same financial benefits as heterosexual people who are able to get married. Yeah, that is the I'm not saying it's a death threat, but it's sort of like, if people give you pushback, it's because you're provoking them. Like, you're entitled to your opinion, but don't be surprised when people give you pushback to that opinion, because it means because it comes off like you're punching down,
Yeah, and do you believe it? I believe she writes those letters every day, and she signs it, Jan Hooks. Or I believe she ghostwrites stuff every day. I don't believe she knew quite a lot about it.
Yeah. I mean, if she's not afraid to talk about it this candidly on the Howard Stern show, then yeah, I could see her just complaining all the time about like what the fuck is going on TV.
I got this nasty letter from Nora Dunn the other day from Saturday Night Live. Hey, yeah, I said this too, Housey. Does David moonlight as a psychiatrist? Now that's the other occupation you could have in another life, is the therapist.
Oh, that's very sweet.
You're so born to play that role.
But you said of Glee what? What did you say?
I said that they have a fantastic show, and they shouldn't have a storyline of two teenage boys kissing when there's 8-year-olds in the living room watching this. 8-year-olds.
Why? Because it's reality.
It's stealing their innocence.
Wouldn't you?
Okay, so she says in one breath, like, I didn't write 7,000 letters to Glee, but you made a statement on television or something, like whatever.
Which is way worse.
Yeah. It's like, you have the reach of 70,000 letters, by being on television. So what difference does it make what medium you communicate to the show with?
If you put pen to paper with a Mont Blanc pen, it's more power. What do they say? The pen is mightier than the sword. How about the pen versus the camera? What's mightier in that situation?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like you're basically shadow boxing with Glee. That's your defense. You're saying it on CNN, and you don't think Ryan Murphy or Chris Colfer or any of that or Leah Michelle will see it, and that's somehow better than directly sending them some kind of communication in the written form.
I say this all the time. Jane Lynch is your lesbian hall pass. Easily. You want her to scream into a megaphone at your crotch. I've always said that. Horatius says, interesting how Jews and Muslims criticize homosexuals, completely ignore and accept it as part of their religion, but not with Christians. It's always that. So right, Horatius.
No, it's not. Wouldn't you rather have an 8-year-old see two gay men kissing and say, you know what? No big deal. I don't hate them for it.
And I'm not going to beat them up when I grow up.
Why do you say hate?
Because young children grow up, and when that's hidden, it implies it's wrong. When gayness is hidden and a bad thing that has to be hidden in a closet, it's
now he's projecting. Like, this is a gay man trying to talk about himself. Yeah. Plus, I think he knows that Emily
is correct
in
this
lesbian.
point, by the way.
Yeah, he's not that he's wrong, but it's a very easy point to make. I just don't. You could get him on homophobia years and years.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that like he has to be the mouthpiece for this, because he's part of the problem that he's describing.
Yep.
Yeah, the Howard Stern show in its totality probably has more homophobia than it has like not homophobia. And even to this day, I mean, there is a sort of underlying homophobia in Cocktober, because it's sort of implying that male on male sexuality is to be laughed at.
Yes.
And I'm not saying it's like, it's something that I don't even think of in any. It's just, again, that the way you think about sex is, or who you're sexually attracted to has nothing to do with. Oh, I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Well, the way you think about sex is what your second YouTube channel is.
Right. Exactly. Go check it out there.
Right. That is
Sorry,
all
I'm
about
tired today. Victoria Jackson's wearing me out.
Andrew Jenkins, Rogan will challenge Bill Burr. Yeah, it's interesting. I haven't seen Bill Burr or Doug Stanhope on Rogan's show in years.
Yeah.
So definitely there's definitely a weird estrangement. Not since COVID, right? And where Burr's like, going, he's not having that fucking ivermectin bullshit.
Yeah, right.
It's wrong. And it's wonderful that it's out of the closet. It's wonderful that gay men don't not have to marry.
Stealing their innocence?
Sarah says, Brendan, can you throw a football and catch it? Brendan's a decent athlete, Sarah. I mean, he's not looking at Wes Welker with him, but Brendan's a decent athlete. He just doesn't flaunt it.
To see heterosexuals making out on TV.
I don't think they should have fornication and adultery on TV.
No, that's that. I just
I don't get cable.
That's interesting, Housey idea. She doesn't get cable now. All her when we go back and do the, I show you the texts with Jamie Presley and Artie that I did when Artie thought I was Jamie Presley. Maybe we should go over that entire interview and a couple of them with her on the show. Apparently, there was a lot going on there.
My favorite line from the texting with Artie is that penal colony bitch Margot Robbie steals all my parts.
As if she's the next one in line, almost like Corey Feldman's delusions with Depp.
Yes.
Oh, that's
God. Nothing makes me laugh more. That's so funny.
Penal colony bitch. Artie's like getting these texts. He's like, "Wow, Jamie Presley saying penal colony and making Montreal Expos jokes and what the fuck? Why this is
I don't get cable. We don't watch naked people.
You don't?
Margot Robbie lives in mortal fear that any day now Hollywood's going to wake up and start casting Jamie Presley in all her roles. They have footage of her as Harley Quinn and they destroyed it.
Oh,
Tendrils goes, I went to the Meadow Christian Center. That's interesting. Tendrils, the ministry started. The founder of years, he admitted he never converted and was gay. I heard this, David. You probably ran into this too. What Tendrils is talking about is people would move to LA trying to become big stars in whatever medium, and they were so down on their luck that they went to the Scientology Center to get health insurance, and it was just a place to hang out or maybe get a meal, or so they joined Scientology just to survive. Fucking Chuck Lorre told me that. My cousin's wake.
That's crazy. Oh
yeah, that he joined Scientology to get health insurance.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing that mission trips do. When they, if there's like a Christian or Mormon mission trip, they're trying to help rebuild, poor villages and get like an irrigation system going or something. But the trade-off is like, you have to believe in our God,
Yep. Hey, Brendan, that's a good point because Rogan's similar to Artie in that they their stand-up actually sucks, but their broadcasting is better. With Rogan, and I was thinking about this the other day, Brendan, I'm not going to let the Jar Jar Binks of news radio, to quote Andy Kindler, tell me what comedy to consume. And he's unleashing all these overrated motherfuckers, this gaggle of grifters in Austin on the world. I hate every last one of them. And I'm not letting the Jar Jar Binks, who had no business being on news, tell me what's funny and tell me who to listen to. That is the last guy. I don't think you're funny, Joe. And the only thing that's funny about you is when you get really angry. Like anger can be the root of, and other than that, I got nothing for him comedically.
The Pete Davidson of news radio.
Yeah. So that's the worst thing, Brendan, is that Rogan unleashed this gaggle of fucking grifters onto the world. And Brendan Schaub comes out of his world. I mean, that's just, you can't kill him enough for that shit.
You won't allow nudity. And yet again, what is so bad about nudity when you think about it? I mean, okay.
See, you're talking from a guy who does not believe the Bible is God's word. So, of course, we're going to.
Thank you, Andrew Jenkins. That is a great reference by you. So the next time I do like a joke that goes, I haven't seen chemistry that bad since blah, blah, blah. I used to say Richard Belzer and Ice-T on Law and Order a lot. So there's different ways you could do it. I think what he says here is the best ever. I haven't seen chemistry that bad since Glenn Rice and Sarah Palin dated. That Glenn Rice is a kind of a sometime NBA All-Star, a sharp-shooting small forward. He played for the Hornets and the Heat, and he was really good. And he was a star in college, and he dated Sarah Palin. It is the straight. He looks like if Kanye West, Kanye West looks like an autistic Glenn Rice, I should say.
Yeah.
That he looks like a more masculine version of what Kanye West should, a heterosexual version of Kanye West.
Be opposite views.
Yeah, I don't mean I mean just from a human compassion standpoint. You're a reasonable person.
How does a sociopath like Howard preach about Nobody has less compassion than Howard. I understand what he's saying, And I agree with him, but he's the last person that should be
the worst person to be conducting this interrogation. Yeah.
Everyone, Sarah has gifted 5 Deppening memberships. Go get them. Go pile on them. I think she's broken the internet with this, for Christ's sake. Oh, that's cute. Okay.
Draw the line.
I'll tell you where I draw the line.
Polygamy, incest, bestiality.
No, I think 2 people loving each other
What
is
about
where
3?
I draw the line.
What about 3 people?
Well, that wouldn't be
What about
wrong
5?
for me. I don't think it would bother me.
People love each
I
other.
don't think it would bother me. Honestly.
You want your children to be in a sexual relationship?
This is great because here she brings up Howard's kids. This is great. So now he has to talk about his kids, and he doesn't know how.
The difference between like my being a gay man wanting to date or marry or whatever a man, and bestiality or pedophilia or any of that is mine has like consenting people. You know, the other things that they point to, you know, children can't give consent and animals can't give consent, you know. So
great point, David.
That is the difference.
Great point. All right. So here comes Howard's kids. I forgot she brought them up here because I just kind of glanced through, I sort of skimmed through it.
Children to be in a sexual relationship with 4 people?
No, I would recommend they not. But I'm not gonna hate someone if they're in that.
Why do you keep saying I hate people?
Well, because you're suggesting that.
No.
That
I don't think people should do heroin, but I don't hate heroin addicts.
Yeah, but I don't have any problem with children being exposed to.
Howard does. It's a guy named Artie Lang. We won't have on the show again. That was the perfect time to bring Artie up if I were. Well, what about Artie?
Heroin addiction on TV so that they can see that it's something that destroys a life. And I don't see anything wrong with portraying gay people as people who are part of our society.
But they never
and
show
they live
on
nicely.
TV. They never show the dark side
of homosexuality. Is there a dark side?
Oh, yeah.
What is there?
Well, I'm not going to tell you what my gay friend told me happens to him.
Tell me. I want to know.
I'm not going to tell
you. You mean
his
anal
secret.
sex?
No, I'm not going to tell you his life.
David's going crazy listening to this. The
so
first thing
stupid.
Howard goes to is in all that is anal sex. Oh, we're talking about guys' dicks. He couldn't even get off that in this situation. He goes right to anal sex, even in this horrible conversation.
Yeah.
This is so bizarre.
Style and a secret.
Listen, I know
But you
tons of
don't
gay
know
people.
that heterosexual people have dark sides too. You act as if it's all one way, like it's vanilla and chocolate.
What could gay people be up to that's so dark that only you know about?
Look,
Yeah.
we're never going to change each other's opinion unless you become born-again Christian. Then you'll start thinking like me.
Right.
So let's go on to the next juicy, funny topic.
All right. So wait. So let me understand. So I want to understand the views. You call the president of the United States a communist.
Oh, yeah, I have a lot of facts
Now,
to prove that.
this is the president of the United States. Yeah.
Why don't they vet him? Why doesn't the media do a 60-minute story and see whether or not it's true that David
Obama's, of course, you probably figured it out. Obama's president during this.
Axelrod, his campaign manager's grandparents were in the Communist Party. That Valerie Jarrett, his right-hand man-woman, her grandparents were in the Communist Party.
Okay, so let me...
That Van Jones, who he appointed, is a communist. Why don't they...
That's an interesting Nepo baby there. You know who Laura Jarrett is? Really cute, dark-skinned chick on NBC. And she used to be on, she used to be on MSNBC a little bit. She's on the news. She hosts the morning show. And that's her daughter, Valerie Jarrett's daughter. I just realized that. Jesus.
I didn't
She's good too. She's like, super likable and smart, but she's a Nepo baby. I guess that's one instance where it works.
And by the way, like all the sort of like the logic, Howard's trying to trap her with some kind, and Robin too are trying to trap her with the logic thing of like, well, straight people have dark thing. It's not a
Benjamin.
It's not a gay versus straight thing. It's like some people are sociopaths and psychopaths, and some people aren't. If they're their sexual orientation has nothing to do with that,
because she got the script in her head that it has to go this way. She's rehearsed these pushback talking points to all these. She knows what she's walking into.
And it all boils down to like, it's, well, don't talk to me about it. I mean, you have to read the Bible. It's like they'll pass the buck, because they ultimately get to a place where they can't sort of do the mental logician gymnastics to prove their point anymore. So they sort of, settle on like, well, it's you have to take it up with God,
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, again, it's a constant heat shield for everything they talk about.
Right.
When she's got nothing to say, I don't know. That's what God said. I don't know. Take it up with God. I don't know.
Show
But let me
Frank
ask you something.
Wait.
When you
Oh, you got me, Tonecott. It was actually Marsha Warfield. I was jerking off to.
It was Selma Diamond that you were.
It wasn't Marky Post. It was Harry Anderson.
Talk about relatives. My grandfather lived in Austria. He fought for Austria in World War I.
he's not a
Am I an enemy of the? Am I an enemy of this country because my grandfather fought for Austria?
Did you know that Frank Marshall Davis, his childhood mentor of 8 years, was
But what about
a communist?
Obama?
Okay, Obama's not. Okay, then why
He's
did
the
he say
president.
spread the wealth, redistribution of wealth? That's straight out of the Communist Manifesto.
There isn't a president of the United States that hasn't redistributed
Did you
the wealth.
hear? Did you hear
There hasn't
Reagan
been a
say?
president.
Everybody except this show. when Steve Grillo's on food stamps.
Again,
and,
like the worst person to have like a Das Kapital discussion with.
If I would love to I'd be like, look, Victoria, I hate everything about you and your grandmother arms in that photo, in that still right there. But here's when this comes up.
Yeah.
All people where you have to give you a story. We haven't gotten to this yet, but Steve Brandano had to John Hine had to give him clothes when he started on the Stern Show. He couldn't afford clothes.
That. That's right.
Believe in redistribution.
But he did it, and he did it the other
course he
way.
did it.
Took from the middle class and gave to the rich.
You're very afraid.
I'm not afraid. Yeah, you know what?
I take it you're voting for
I'm
Romney.
sorry, I am afraid.
Yeah.
I'm very worried about America, and that's why I jumped out of my comfort zone of being.
You remember that Andy Kindler, David, just to go like on how this really is, what he said about Dennis, they were goofing on Dennis Miller on the Majority Report, and Andy Kindler's like, what are you not getting with this? You're worried about socialism and Obama every time. What do you live in Santa Barbara on the ocean in a $25 million mansion?
Right.
What on earth are you getting jobs you don't deserve over and over again? What exactly are you not getting in life that you have this stance that you're worried about some poor bastard's, $300 a month on that he's somehow pulling some scam? What are you not getting? There's nothing worse than that.
My favorite Andy Kindler line about Dennis Miller is, and Dennis Miller was the reason he was mad on 9/11 is because it meant his Fuji water delivery was late.
Right. I heard that too. He couldn't be further away from the Twin Towers, from the Pentagon. I was in the Pentagon. I know what it's like. And it's odd because Dennis Miller is from Pittsburgh.
Right.
And that part of 9/11 is those Pittsburgh flights. And that meant nothing to him.
Yeah.
There was no, thank you, Diane. Thank you, Diane. We're gonna finish up with Victoria, play one last thing, something short. And probably DL, speaking of Dennis, we'll play DL Hughley going off on Dennis Miller. I think that's really
great,
crazy. I've never seen someone so angry and put someone's name. This is so, Tamara, this is so South Central Los Angeles that DL gets on him. Thank you, Diane.
A quiet, silent majority.
No, I like
housewife.
that you did. I actually like that you express your political views. I think it is very
I'm not here
brave.
to be loved. I just want to bring to attention that the.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. D. Rogan's last got excoriated everywhere you went. It was one of the worst reviewed comedy specials I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I didn't even watch it, but believe me, it was everyone.
And Ellen DeGeneres' most recent Netflix special, where she came out of hiding from being canceled, and it was so absolutely maligned, as it should have been. I'm sure it was horribly unfunny and scripted by someone else, and
Chris D'Elia's got something that bad too, and anybody that's connected to Rogan, Brendan Schaub, whoever, they're all the worst ones. Thank David and Diane for the. Well, David is let's thank him for his candor as well.
I sent my first of the month rent to the Deppening.
It's on the Underhills this month. Christian's always behind the. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you when they get caught. She's a homophobe. There's no doubt. Anyone could see through that, Mr. D.
Media is not telling the masses any of the truth that I had to research and find and read all these stories.
Oh my God, that's so deep, Mr. D. Ain't no hate like Christian love. That's so good.
By the way,
wow, I never heard that.
What adult doesn't have gay friends at this point in history? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, how do you live in a place where you don't encounter queer people in any kind of capacity that are just trying to live their lives amongst you in the same way that you're trying to live your life? Like,
full disclosure, this is and I don't think for a second he is homophobic.
Yeah.
I mean, he is in an old school Archie Bunker way. So my dad had this thing. My sister's neighbors across the street, Colin and Steve, are a gay couple. Greatest guys in the world. They hang out with them all the time. They vacation together. They're over the house for like family events and just like couldn't be more. They have a great neighborhood. So we're really good friends with them too. But my dad is a harder nut to crack. It's not that he doesn't like them, but there's this weird homophobia that his generation has on the DL.
Sure.
And so we're hanging out in the backyard. Everyone's drinking. It's probably 8:30 at night in the summer. The sun's kind of going down. Mosquitoes are going crazy in this backyard. Going crazy. You just can't take it. They're just going crazy. It's like there's like a moisture. And my dad gets up to go. I'm like, you're leaving now? I'm like, where are you going? What are you doing? He's like, look, these fucking mosquitoes are driving me crazy. And I got Colin and Steve over there. Who knows if the mosquitoes bit them and they bite me and I get AIDS? I'm out of here.
Totally.
And he got in the car, and it was so bizarre that he made that connection like that.
That's crazy.
I've never heard anybody say that. I'm like, holy, and I just threw it in his face all the time.
That's crazy. Oh my God.
I'm like, Dad, I'm like, you can't pick me up from there. Nathan Lane, I just got bit by a mosquito, and I saw him walking through Broadway. I would say shit like that all the time. I couldn't believe he said it was so bizarre. I'm like, what?
That's
Where did that come from?
That's a detailed.
Oh man, you must have been thinking that all the time, though.
Yeah.
What is the
why
truth
did you go on this exhaustive search?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, what happened?
Aren't we supposed to go to a commercial?
No, not until I say so. I'm like,
she does listen to the show, so she knows a little bit what's going on.
Right.
This is she'd never been on, as far as I know, she'd never been on before this. By the way, Patrick Ewing was on this. I just saw this the other day. In 1989, Boff, if you're listening, and by the way, Boff, I want to thank you again. That SNL link, he gave us an SNL link, and it's sketches that got cut in this link.
Damn.
He has this in this link. We just talked about that. So he has the fully restored SNL episodes with everything there, the full episode, and he has sketches that didn't make it to the show. That he has the dress rehearsal in these as well.
Good Lord.
Right? And so in this 1989, apparently Howard had a phoner from Patrick Ewing. I've got to hear this. I don't know why I need to get my hands on 1989. I know I'm not going to be able to find it.
God, here.
Not until our interrogation is over.
You're really good at what you do, because I tried to have a radio show and it's way harder than it looks.
It's a lot of on the air for
8 months.
8 months. Did you want to do like a Glenn Beck or a Bill O'Reilly type show? Is that with your views?
I just want to get the truth out.
Yeah. Now, what is the truth we're trying to get out?
Well, one truth they're not telling is that Obama's on purpose not helping the economy. On purpose. He taught a course on Saul Alinsky's book, Rules for Radicals. And they have all of these rules, and he's doing all of them. He's fulfilled all the Communist Party's objectives.
Don't you love these fucking cement heads becoming economists all of a sudden? Like she's fucking Neil Cavuto or something. Isn't it it's amazing.
She's Lou Dobbs.
Now you say they're not telling. Glenn Beck was talking about Saul Alinsky and talking
Glenn
about.
Beck was telling us, and I was standing in front of his chalkboard every day, and now he's not on TV anymore.
Right. So, but what makes you think Glenn Beck, a former zookeeper,
thank you,
knows
because
anything?
I checked it
I got a
out.
Greyhound,
I read a lot of stuff. The Manchurian President by Aaron Klein.
Yes,
the Communist by Paul Kendall.
But wait a second. Here is a guy who's been the president for 4 years.
Let me explain.
Thank you, Mr. So Mr. D writes, he's copied something here. I didn't see this. Victoria Jackson, a Trump supporter who appeared on the show between 86 and 92, told TMZ that Tom Hanks sketch is stupid and that she was okay, that's the Why he did that MAGA? There was a Jeopardy, right?
Oh, where he was on Black Jeopardy.
Yeah. Which is every insurrectionist. That's exactly how they are.
That must have been for the 40th, or
it was the 50th. It was the 50th. That's right. It was right.
Yeah.
We could drill for oil here. We don't need other countries. He had Saul Alinsky says create a fake crisis. Remember the flu epidemic?
Yeah.
And Biden said don't fly on commercial airlines. Well, I don't know anyone who got that flu. Remember the oil crisis? Oh, the ocean healed itself. What do you know? Remember all these crises? Okay.
Well, you're against global. You don't believe there's global warming?
What if he cared about jobs? We would have the pipeline going. We would be drilling for
You'd have one past Saturday Night Live. That's that we cared about.
oil. I went to Grand Junction, Colorado for a tea party, and they used to be a.
Remember she was in that? Was that the Dice movie? Was it with Leah Thompson? Casual Sex. Dice was in that movie. It was like 1990.
God.
They tried to make a movie star out of her, and Leah Thompson was a pretty big name at that point. She is a loon, right, Tamfran?
Booming town, and now they're a wasteland. I go, why?
Well, you understand
They said
there's some
because the
environmental concerns on people's
the
part.
The government won't let them take their natural gas out of their rocks, and we could. And the environment thing is a joke. That whole global warming.
But how do you know
is based
that?
on because
You
I
know
read
that global
Ian
warming is a joke.
Human-caused global warming has never been proven. It's based on fake science.
But
and
wait
you
a
should
second.
read
Wait.
the book
We
Ian
have so
Plimer.
many scientists. We have so many people who say
No.
that the Stone
father
article.
is the other
Wasn't
Ron.
that
It was scary.
interesting?
It was scary what he
It's
was
true.
up to at Bain.
What
You must
more-
be against that as well.
Vulnerable and fragile.
Yes. Friendly
Surprise
with
here.
Jessica.
Okay,
Do you
this
want
is
to get
interesting. This is the last thing I'm going to show, and then we'll play the Miller thing. It's quick, and then we'll go off. So she brings up Jessica Hahn. Jessica Hahn's not been on the show for years. It's not a name Howard wants to be confronted with anymore because he just won't take her calls. She won't bring it, and she brings up Jessica, and Howard has to homina through a Jessica Hahn.
Well, there was some, but
I guess this wife is a little strict.
Okay.
accusing the president.
He goes. This is what she said. She says to him, "I can't believe your wife lets you have all these naked strippers in," and Howard has to admit that. I'll let her.
United States of
We know
Become.
everything about Romney. I read the Rolling Stone.
Only what he tells us.
No. I read.
I don't know that.
I read that Rolling
Mitt's
Stone
father
article.
is the other
Wasn't that
Ron.
It was scary.
interesting?
It was scary what
it's
he was
true.
up to at Bain.
What
You must
more-
be against that as well.
Can you pause
Oh,
it?
I didn't read that one. I read about his more.
I'm sorry. Is Robin in studio, or is this during cancer time?
I think this is the very beginning of 2012 when they're pretending she's in studio. I think this is the
They
very
haven't
beginning
cut
of
to
it.
her at
They
all.
haven't shown her at all, right? And they should a million times.
Mormon background.
A guy named Matt Taibbi wrote an article about what went on at Bain. If you read that, you'd throw up.
Not necessarily.
Maybe you
It
wouldn't
might
throw
be
up.
God's will.
You know what?
What?
I want America to be free. And Obamacare.
Are we free to get an abortion?
Obamacare,
Are we free to get an abortion?
Obama.
Do we-
Taxpayers are paying for it. And
I'm
I don't
saying-
even believe in it, and my taxes are paying
See,
for it.
My taxes.
I love
That's
abortion. I believe in it.
Well, of course you do. You have naked women all over the place.
I really don't have any naked women here. I have you in here.
Naked women here now.
There used to be.
Well, there were some, but
I guess this wife is a little stricter.
put her foot down, huh? No, we have naked women in here.
Get out of that.
No,
Do
my.
you want to get naked?
I guess this wife is no one says that. I guess this wife's a little strict.
Is that what you're telling
Yes,
me?
maybe that's
Obamacare. I just lost my train of thought.
I think she started crying.
Isn't it exhausting?
Hey, you know Jessica Hahn is a friend of mine. Speaking
The last
The
time
most-
Jessica Hahn was on the show, she cried and
Yeah.
and that hasn't been back since.
The most unlikely friendship I've ever heard of in my life.
Oh, it's the weirdest. We haven't seen chemistry that bad since Glenn Rice and Sarah Palin.
Isn't it exhausting?
Hey, you know Jessica Hahn is a friend of mine. Speaking of
How
naked
did you
women,
become friendly with Jessica Hahn?
bowling in Santa Clarita?
You both bowl,
No, I don't bowl, and she doesn't really bowl.
right?
But she was bowling with her husband's father, and to be nice, and my realtor was bowling with her. We got reconnected. We met once before, and I write about her in my book. I love her. She's very vulnerable and fragile.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot what I was going to say about Obamacare. It was really
We
good.
were talking abortion.
It was really good.
So, like, Jessica Hahn is one of the big reasons that, like, you know, the Jim Baker and Tammy Faye Baker empire crumbled, you know.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have any issues
Forgot
with
about that. That's a great I always forget about the Jim Baker shit with her because of the Howard stuff. Like she had done so
Great
many things on the
point.
Stearns. That's a great point. I always forget about that Jim shit. Okay, this is the last thing we're gonna do, and it's quick. This is D.L. Hughley talking about how he's going to kick the shit out of Dennis Miller any chance he gets because he got accused of plagiarizing him. And they had a phone conversation, and Dennis hung up on him through this manager they mutually know. And DL is saying, I hate him so much. My life's goal is to kick his ass. I don't care where it is. I've never seen a celebrity he went total South Central on, and there's nothing better than South Central infiltrating Santa Barbara, right, David? Is there anything better than that? You were in Santa Barbara.
It's the microcosm of the global South rising up against the
Good catch, Tone Cod. Of course, the great private resort with Depp and Rob Morrow in the lead, and Andrew Dice Clay. Victoria Jackson's not in that, but she should be. And the movies are very similar. That and Casual. There's nothing better than Aldana infiltration. Here we go.
In the deal, and I said, if I ever see you, I'm gonna slap shit. And he kept calling to apologize.
Right.
And I remember once Dennis Miller, man, I told a joke about Don Imus. Dennis Miller calls me on the phone and he goes, "You're a funny guy. You don't have to take my joke." I'm like, I don't even know who the fuck. I don't. You have never said anything I would even understand. Let alone I can't even understand. And I hate him. I want to fight Dennis Miller so bad. Like, no, really, literally.
Because he's smug.
No, I would. If they had one of those celebrity, you could. If somebody said you would not go.
I want to be friends with D.L. Hughley in the worst way. Can you make that happen, Tamara? I really think I'd get along. I love this guy. I don't know what I think he's really likable. I love he's just sort of fearless. Like he started a feud with Gangster Rap. Like the other day he's going, Snoop Dogg, you sell out piece of shit. If you flip flop one more time, he just doesn't give it. He's just afraid of nothing.
You could, if somebody said you would not go to jail and we'll give you a pass and you guys could just handle, I would fuck him. Oh, I hate. And I kept calling him, going, "You motherfucker, I should be." And he called my manager and said, "Tell the other stuff." I despise him.
You despise him.
I want to beat the fuck out of Dennis Miller so bad.
And you had a joke that was similar to his, and he assumed that you stole it
from Dennis Miller. Like I don't even understand what he said. He's like the white Jesse Jackson. I don't understand shit he said.
There's a lot of references.
Like, what are you talking about? Right. Who was Horatio Alger? I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's weird too. Dennis, to me, used to be such a brilliant comic, and then he took this sort of right turn and like became I don't know, like a Rush Limbaugh.
Well, you know, for Armfeld, David, Seinfeld did Howard's show, and he asked him about Dennis Miller, and Seinfeld tore Dennis Miller a new one about how he's like he doesn't want to go to he basically used the gym as an analogy. He goes, it's like someone who's in shape, they don't want to go to the gym anymore to work those muscles. He's just lazy and he doesn't want to. And I think it cut Miller to the core because he went on a podcast like 10 years later and brought it up. But I think it remembered it. Yeah.
I don't think as a comic, I think as a comic, you always have to be anti-establishment. You can never embrace the establishment.
Oh, it's so right. It's just punching down is death of comedy. It really is. And that's what Dennis Miller is. He punches down like nobody else. He really is. And he used to punch up, but that's his thing now, is punching down.
Never embrace the establishment.
It's true. You got to be angry.
Yeah.
You've got to have some wicked
you have to be
shit
outside looking in. And he's but
what was the joke? Do you remember?
Something about Don Imus. And I'm like, I was on Jay Leno talking about Don Imus the day.
This is the joke. Imus to me looks like a werewolf that got lazy and couldn't completely finish the transformation and stopped halfway through. That's the joke.
Okay.
And it's a good joke. But he's having him on and
after, like the weekend after having. When the fuck did I see you?
Yeah. When did I get your joke?
Steal your joke.
Where was I that I
Where do you tell jokes that I would want?
The also thing too is if you're plagiarizing someone, like Joe Rogan won't bring this up. If you really did it, you're not going to bring attention to it. You're going to want to make it go away. You're not going to bring it up here.
Right. That's true.
I've never been to your show. I don't
How
know.
How did he get your number?
Well, obviously I say man, and I would have respected him if had he just talked to me, but he hung up and wouldn't answer his fucking phone.
Oh, now he's mad at you.
Yeah, wouldn't answer his phone, and I'm like, I kept leaving.
Could you imagine if you could get footage of this conversation? If he recorded this, how funny how great that would be.
Oh, I'd love
my god, that would be great.
His phone, and I'm like, I kept leaving him. I'll beat the shit out of you, fucking smug dick. I promise you, I would like to beat the fuck out of Dennis. I hate him that bad.
Can I say that I am offering a forum where you two guys could fight?
You'll set up the fight?
I will set up a boxing match.
Never do it.
Would you be open to boxing with the gloves, or do you want
anything?
You don't
with
care
anything.
Yeah,
I hate him that much.
Wow, and you're confident you would win that fight.
If I can't beat Dennis Miller, I'd stop.
Yeah, right. You don't. You want to leave.
Yeah, come on.
Right. You're no longer a man.
Bearded. And with his hands in his front pocket like a fucking kangaroo. Like some bullshit Harvard professor. Pussy. Oh, I hate him.
DL, were you upset?
Holy shit. Have you ever heard someone hate on someone that much with that kind of rage? That was so good. Oh my God, is that funny?
And to think of someone like Dennis Miller trying to be confronted with something that direct and that raw, and he can't hide behind his reference-heavy shtick.
Yeah,
he wouldn't know how to respond.
That's That's right. That's his heat shield, that shtick. And when you take him down, he gets so round. He got into a thing with oh God, what's her name from? She turned on Bill Maher's real-time show. God, Ariana Huffington.
Yeah.
And so he was like pro-Iraq, and he's like the Bush administration, and she's like, "No, it's the wrong war. You're an idiot." He's like, and she just came back at him, and he got so rattled. He hasn't been on the show in 21 years.
Yeah.
And him and Bill Maher share the same manager.
Right.
He was afraid of Ariana Huffington. Not that she can't debate and everything. That was the last time he did Bill Maher's show. Speaking of overtime, that's what Bill Maher has, right? Sarah? Overtime with Arm David and Jovial. But that was God damn, that's
showed to me today. I apologize. I
that's
wasn't too
great stuff. I can't wait to see what Bond calls out of it, as a matter of fact. The next one's going to be Rogan. I'm going to finally do that Rogan series. I can't wait I already have some stuff saved, and if anybody has just their history and shit. And
Joe Rogan fighting with Vinny Favale over the
that's good. Yeah. That was, remember he called him company man during it?
Yeah.
Fuck you, company man.
Yeah, that's the ratings of Survivor, I think it was, versus or not.
Well, it was NBC versus CBS. That was essentially the core of it. Yeah. Joe Rogan's right. Vinny's a company man, and he's flying that Letterman CBS flag at all costs. And I'm trying to remember if that point, if Vinny was one of the producers of the Stern CBS show, and he had to defend that. His job was to defend it and be the go-between to Les Moonves.
I think
that was a thankless job.
Before, yeah.
The interview happened today, Howard. Yeah, JJ's right. DL would not be able to go into that today.
Yeah.
Howard would not be able to handle that. You're so right. You're so right. Tamara says, David, never apologize.
No,
we love you for that.
I love you too.
No apologies. Darvo, right, David? Darvo Conger. You're all right, everybody. We gotta play the thing, right, Bond? We gotta play do you have it set up? Or do I want to play it?
What do you give us your money? Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think Arm spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sarah man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What a...
So anyone who can donate to the cause, we would really appreciate it.
What about Australia? What about Australia?
I cannot wait to see your video isolated. I cannot thank you enough. That might be the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me, ever. You and David and the family.
It's the tribute for 10 effing years. Look at you. Well done too, John.
Yeah,
I didn't even know
congratulations,
that.
John.
I didn't even know that. Yeah, it's April Fool's Day. I cannot believe that's the same day.
Yeah.
I can't believe that's the same effing day.
You did it with, you know what? You did that 10 with so much style and humble, and you took so much crap for about 7 of them, and you held your tongue so many times, you know, and
Well, one regret I do have is I shudder to think is what we could have done if I hit the ejector seat a few years earlier. What we didn't do, what we could have done. You know, what we didn't get to. There's a lot
better
of wasted
late than
time.
never. That's all
Yeah,
we can say.
that
That's all we
definitely
can
is.
Don't
Definitely.
even think about it. I try not to think about it because it's just it happened. It eventually we got there, and we got all these people who come and listen, and it's so many. It blows me away that there's 4,000 people viewing these shows. Thank you.
It does okay. It does pretty good. It's not a smash hit or anything, but it does enough where, like, okay, it's to be taken seriously.
Yeah,
it's
enough, just enough.
We love everyone listening and
Yes,
comment
very
more.
much
We
so.
love the comments.
Yeah,
Uh,
go nuts
Give
in the
John.
comments.
John's. Do me a favor and leave a comment after this show for John for his 10 years. Try and make something creative. Give him shit. Do whatever you want. Just, you know, mock him, whatever you need. But this needs to be celebrated, this show, forever.
Anything
as this
you want to
huge
plug on the way
achievement.
out?
David, do you want to plug? Are you writing a politics book? Or
You'll love this, John. Actually, I'm trying to. This is a weird thing to bring up, but you know the movie Legend, the Tom Cruise movie?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get it produced as like a ballet with the original score. So I'm working on that right now. So we'll see in a couple of years if I can make that happen.
Now that's fascinating. Can you elaborate next show on what you're doing?
And why you
with
chose
that? 'Cause
that? Yeah,
that's-
like what?
It's a long story as
That's
to why I
wild.
chose it, but the original score was written by a composer named Jerry Goldsmith who did Alien and LA Confidential, and it was rejected by Ridley Scott in the American release of the film, and they had Tangerine Dream do the score instead.
Oh, they're great.
Can I tell you my
they are
favorite Tangerine Dream story, Robert?
Have you seen the movie Thief, Michael Mann movie that Tangerine Dream did the soundtrack?
David has a
Oh.
long feud with Michael Mann.
I do,
Bond.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
long-standing
really?
feud.
Oh,
Yeah.
we'll talk about that later. But John, you have to watch. You haven't seen Thief, John?
No, I haven't. I have not seen it. Nope.
Oh, you're gonna love it. I'm gonna send it to you.
Because
It's
Michael
like
Mann
19.
directed Public Enemies, I have to see what he does.
Right.
Oh, Thief is it's the second best film he's done to Heat.
Okay.
So Heat's incredible, and Thief is just as good, and it's years before Heat. Oh, Tangerine Dream though, wow! I didn't think you'd be into that. That's psychedelic sort of shit. That's electronic.
Well,
David.
and I'm doing it with the other score, so I'm not doing it with the Tangerine Dream score, but I'm a fan of both. It's a weird, like, rejected film score story that I think is kind of interesting, and I was like, oh, we should reimagine the movie as like a ballet with the original score, so I'm working on that right now.
Oh, my Jude Law and Alfie over here, for Christ's sake.
I'm blown away.
Howdy.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, that's all I got.
What the heck am I looking at here? Why am I? Let me see. Hold on a second.
Why am I?
No. There's one more thing I wanted to say about what we were gonna. Oh God, I don't know.
We're doing Seinfeld this weekend.
Yeah. We got to do Jump Street.
Okay.
It's gonna be my cousin, my
Yeah.
nephew.
Is that Anton?
No.
Anton. Oh, I
My
thought it was
nephew,
Anton.
Chucky, and Casey Armstrong, hopefully, will sit in on these for the
Oh, my
season
God.
3 episode of Jump Street called Coach of the Year. Right, Depp?
Blacks, Jews, Hispanics, whatever. And people
You're gonna be laughing out the other side of your chubby face.
Let me shoot off my little flare gun here. Hit it! Quick, Gary, come on my back!
And now on your Sega Genesis, it's Philadelphia.
Philadelphia!